Bills! Oh. Ultimate nuclear meltdown. I didn't realize you guys had a reactor that was so hot like that in Philly. Or I didn't really realize that you had a nuclear reactor at Citizens Bank. But you had a meltdown. That is what we call a 3 Mile Island meltdown. Okay? 3-2 lead in the NLCS. And as usual, the pitching ends up letting down Philly. Hey, you never build your team around bats. You build your team around arms. Arizona's in the World Series, and so are the Texas Rangers. They're in the World Series because of arms, not because of bats. It reminds me of that Kansas City series. When Kansas City, a couple of years back, won the World Series. They didn't win it with Markakis and them guys. They won it with pitching. Oh, man. What an absolute collapse. 3-2 lead in the NLCS. And this goes down clearly in one of the sad moments in Philly sports history. Do you guys realize that you've never really had any kind of dynasty whatsoever in your city outside of the Flyers? I mean, if you think about it, have you ever had a back-to-back champion in anything? Have you ever won like multiple titles in a 4 or 5 year span? Probably not, right? Only the Flyers. Flyers got to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. You know what's really crazy about that Flyers team? You know how good they were? That I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tone, from 1975 until 1988, which is like 13, 14 years, I think only 4 teams won the Cup. Flyers, Islanders, Canadians, and Oilers. Oh, yeah. Okay, Flyers, Oilers, Canadians. I think there's only 4 teams in that time span that ended up winning multiple Stanley Cups or Cup at all. Shows you how dominant those teams were. I mean, crazy. So anyway, that was the ultimate nuclear meltdown last night. And now you got all and total football as you go forward here in the fall. You know what? I got to say something to you. And you know what? I'm not going to kid you right now about dual threat. That had to be one of the weirdest press conferences I've ever seen. Hey, and do me a favor. Tone, is there like a Wednesday injury list that comes out and then the actual injury list comes out on Thursdays? Okay? I want to know if Hurts is on that list. Because if they're addressing it, they're either lying or he's hurt and they didn't report it. Look at what Atlanta's going through right now with B.J. Robinson. Look at what they're going through with him. They're being questioned on when the guy was injured or not. So I think the Eagles are going to get fined for this. I mean, have you been hiding a knee injury of the quarterback of your football team for the last 3 or 4 weeks? And what was it? The really weird conversation? Well, he's learning to play with it. So how long has he been injured? And for you to mention it, it has to be significant. Or why mention it? I'm really confused in this. And again, this is not something that you goof around with now. This is something that's becoming serious because it's a convoluted message. What is it? Why are you, if he's not on that injury list, why are you even bringing it up? Or are you preparing us for today's listing of Hurts being on the injury list? I listened to Jalen and I listened to Serianni. Yeah, he will know more today. What? Since when is it to the point where we'll know more today but he looks like he's a go, but we'll know more today. It's kind of like double talking. Either you're lying or he's hurt. And if he's hurt, you didn't post it on the injury list, you're going to get fined for this. You're going to get fined. Especially if you're telling me he got hurt in a Jet game. Prince goes, it happened in the Rams game on the 3rd and 11 play. You know what, Prince? I never knew he was injured. McMullen filled me in on the rules. The only way the team has to list the player on the injury list is if he was limited participating or less in practice. If the player participates in full practice, you don't have to list them. And you know how you can hide that? By just giving him lesser reps in practice. He could practice 3 plays and Mariota get a ton more plays, or you can do different drills, actually, to hide the injury so that they don't have to list it. There's all kinds of ways of getting around that rule. And teams do that. Remember how many times Brady and Belichick wouldn't list him? He'd have like a hand injury, or he'd have like a back injury or knee injury. They would limit the type of plays that they would have in practice, and they would change some of the drills that they would do so that you can participate full, but not really participate for the entire scrimmages or drills that you go through on a week-to-week basis. You can get around those rules, and teams do all the time. It's how you hide injuries and not have to list them. I just don't get it. Okay, so why then why make it a thing? Then now all of a sudden, why come public? And by the way, if he's not on that injury list, why would the Eagles bring that up? Are they making an excuse for his play? Not that he needs one. I'm not suggesting Jalen needs an excuse. I think there's a lot of fundamental things that are causing some of this stuff. And mostly not on him. I'm not in that play. I never even thought about that. Hey, is his injury causing him to have maybe some struggles in holding the ball too long? I never even thought. I thought it was more about the developing plays that are plus 25 and they're bigger routes. That's all I looked at it as. So Jalen's hurt. If you take the Eagles at their word, he's hurt. Significant enough for these things. One, to bring it up. Second, to make an issue out of it. And third, to tell us we'll know more today. Okay? ESPN listed him as questionable on Monday, October 23rd. But it was because he had a brace on, which led to the report speculating, hence the questionable tag. But then the organization acknowledged it today. Now, ESPN on the 23rd brought it up. Nick validated it. Nick validated it today. He's hurt. Now, you just don't know what level. They did the same shit on his shoulder. Remember how we found out? We found out through Peter King. We didn't find out through anybody in the Philly media. Because Jalen was talking to Peter King and he said, I could barely raise my arm in the playoffs. That's how we found out it was more significant. Remember? It wasn't anything anybody was reporting in Philly. Shit, we woke up one Monday morning and went, what? Peter King? By the way, nobody's questioning toughness here. Nobody's questioning whether he'll play through this. I'm not even there yet. I'm trying to figure out what the Eagles are doing. If he's not on that injury list today, okay, let's just put that out there. If he's not on that injury list, why would you even bring attention to it? Why? Because ESPN? Who cares what they think? Give a shit what ESPN thinks. They're not the NFL. I don't have to have any bylaws or answer to ESPN because they post some stupid shit about an injury potentially. Who are they? The only people I have to care about are the NFLPA and the National Football League on Wednesday and Thursday's injury reports. I don't give a shit what a media outlet posts. regardless of the reports, one fact we do know is he's dealing with something. Anyone with eyes can see it, especially in that Sunday night game. I don't know why people think it's rumors and such. Hurts is definitely battling through something right now. Hey, and by the way, I'm going to kind of tie this into, I'm going in a completely different angle here, in a different place here. I'm talking more about the team and Howie here in a minute here. By the way, Blaine Bishop, part of the broadcast team for the Tennessee Titans, does a post and pregame show for the Titans. Also, former Titan himself, 4-time Pro Bowler. We're going to talk to him about A.J. Brown and also the brand new acquisition in Kevin Byard. We're going to get his thoughts on what's going on in Tennessee. Can't hear you. Can you speak up for us? Yeah, sure. Hey, Maniac, all good, Bubby. Look at Ho. Yelling? You must just be new to the show, ding dong. I'm Italian. I'm loud. Either you like it or you don't. You can go back to your church choir anytime you want. I'm a loud Italian, brother. Relax. You don't like it? I'm sure there's some sermon you can go and talk to and, go and have a nice little conversation with somebody. I'm loud and I'm Italian. Okay, Ho. I love Ho, though. Ho-Ho. He reminds me of Ho-Hos. Love Ho-Hos. Hurts was hurt in New England. He ran to the left and took that one shot to the left knee where the fumble flew out like 5 yards, my God. That's a good one. So you think he's been dealing with it since week 1. Yeah, no, I love Ho. Hey, Ho don't like me hollering. Sorry, Ho. I'm a little deep in this here. That's okay, Ho. I love, me too, Carson. I love Hoes too. I'm a Ho. So is he hurt? Dual threat. Dude, you better get everything you can out of this guy. It ain't going to be long. This is not going to last long. It can't. Okay? This is why you know what? I would make this point to you. This is why they're probably in such a hurry to get him in the pocket and teach him to be more of a pocket guy because they want it to last. He says he got hit in the pocket. Great. Wonderful. People think and go, well, he didn't get out in the perimeter. Well, let me just say this to you. So he got hit being a normal quarterback. What happens when he's not a normal quarterback and he's dual threat and he has to get out in the perimeter? So now you're taking that part of his game away? Dude, he's not those other dudes. That's why you have high turnovers. There's no question that the reason that you have a ton of interceptions through the first 7 ball games is because this guy's being asked to do something and he's limited on something else. Hey, get this. This is maybe why he's even sliding and pre-sliding. Maybe he is the New England game that he got. He got hit pretty low, and I remember that play. I remember that play now. He got hit, that ball squirted out like that. I remember that play. I thought he hit him on the knee too. I thought 8 is a ton. Yeah, when you had 6 last year. Look at Keon. 8 is a ton? Yeah. When you've already gone past your MVP season total of a year ago? Yeah. You got 2 more INTs than you did all of last year in 15 ball games. I would think that's significant. Yeah, I do. That is a ton. And combine that with 10 turnovers. Yeah, that is a ton. Okay? Look at these guys. LJ goes, and Allen has 7. Allen will throw for 40 touchdowns, though. He'll double your guy in touchdowns. And he'll still win 13 games. You guys make that guy look like you think he has a bad season. He won 13 ball games last year. They went 13-3. That's a bad year? Holy shit, wait till they straighten that boat out. And he throws the ball 10 times more than your guy. But this guy, now this year, Jalen, is throwing it at the level of these other guys. It wouldn't shock me if Jalen has 15 interceptions this year. He's on pace for it now. Totally on pace for it. Very interested, man. The press conference, I don't get it. So hopefully we find out a little more as the day goes on here. I mean, okay. Is he playing Sunday? Is he playing Monday? Are we going to start seeing Marcus Mariota? I think it happened at the Jets game. If you go back and watch it, normal people would have torn their ACL on that play. The Jets game? Okay. I don't know. I didn't realize he was hurt until the last game. Okay. I didn't realize he was that. But guys, they're making it seem like he was hurt more now. Dude, all you got to tell, you really don't have to say anything until the Wednesday pre-injury report comes out, the preliminary injury list, then the Thursday injury list. And if they're hiding it, obviously what's happened here, if they've been hiding it the last couple of weeks, now it's getting to a point where it's significant and something they have to address. And that's why they're probably getting ahead of this. Okay? After listening to Jalen's press conference, he did everything possible to eliminate the media questioning his health. He sort of is taking your mindset in terms of not giving the media perfect what they want. He can't stop them from asking their questions, but he's definitely controlling the narrative. Fantastic, Jalen. Don't give those idiots anything. Perfect. And get this, perfect and patience you have to have here because he's going to be peppered with it. He's going to be peppered at a press conference, in his locker after practice, going into practice. Tomorrow he'll be questioned. He'll be questioned all the way up until game time against the Commanders. Okay? He'll be questioned all the way up until Sunday's game against the Commanders. You got to practice patience here. Okay? You got to keep your poise because these people are going to ask you every day about your health. And now what they're going to do is they're going to be watching you in practice, and they're going to be watching the Eagles more so. So now, my opinion, no question he's listed on that pre-injury list today. No question he'll be on that. Now, the question will be, is it going to be a game time decision, or are they going to go like this, limited practice? How are they? I'm going to be interested to see how they list him. Questionable? Questionable's vague. To what Tone just said here, questionable means vague. And that's what you want to be in situations like this, as vague as possible. Okay? You want this thing to be as vague as possible. You don't want to go, yeah, well, my knee, I heard it in this particular week, and this game this way, guy hit me here. You don't want to give any of that up. You want to do what Tone just said. You want to control the entire narrative of how this is being covered. And again, you cannot not make it a big deal. It's a quarterback that's a dual threat quarterback on the team that some think is the best team in the NFC. It's not a nothing burger. That is not a nothing burger. Now, does that make Howie go out and potentially get a running back now? We're going to look at some of the top names that are out there for potential deals. Okay? And there's some people that are out there. Would you make a move for Dalvin Cook? Would the Jets be interested in getting rid of Dalvin Cook? Would you put that guy in the backfield along with Swift? A lot of areas. Get this now. You know what people are saying around the NFL? They're taking my idea about Patrick Surtain and that the Eagles should give up a 1 and another 1 potentially. I'm not giving up 2 1s. I might give up 1 and 2 2s for him because the Denver Broncos are in a pickle. They may be forced to trade him. Okay? They may be absolutely forced to trade him because of the positioning that they're in. They've lost draft choices with Wilson and draft choices in first rounder with Sean Payton. They may be in a massive situation. Once again, media piggybacking off of what I've been saying about Patrick Surtain. Would the Eagles do that? We're going to look more at that. We're going to look at the roster. I'm going to look a little bit at Howie here. You know what? I am going to do that right now. I am going to do that. I'm going to look at the potential free agents here that Howie could take a look at right now. Because do me a favor here. How many people think Howie Roseman's finished making a deal before next Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern? Do people think he's finished? Do people think Howie Roseman's finished? I do not think so either. You know why? I'm going to pull a page out of what Tone said yesterday. You think that guy's content on anything? You think that guy's happy with his – you think Howie Roseman in his mind, do you think he thinks he has the perfect roster? You think he thinks he has the perfect roster right now? Man, he's going to try to get that roster as close to what it looked like a year ago in talent. Okay? Here's again, I want to show you guys something here and some of the names now that are being thrown out that are potential deals for teams to make. Now, do I think some of these deals are a little bit too rich for Roseman right now, especially where he is in the season and how well his team is starting to play? I'm not sure he's looking to make a splash play. If he makes a splash play, I would think he would wait until March and wait till free agency to do something like that, okay? That, for me, is how I feel when it comes to big moves. The biggest name that's being floated around is Brian Burns, Carolina again. This is the second year in a row, okay? His name is being thrown around. Why do you think Brian Burns, the talented defensive end for Carolina, is being thrown around now? Why would you think? Why do you think Carolina's got his name out there? And by the way, Barb, you think the Giants are going to trade Saquon Barkley to the Philadelphia Eagles in season? I mean, that'd be like the Red Sox and Yankees trading in season. Trade Slay, eat his money. 1-3 for Surtain. Why do you think that Brian Burns, his name is out there for draft picks to Carolina? Correct, Greg. Remember what they did last year to get up to Bryce Young? They pushed equity forward so that they could get up into that one spot. And in the process, they ended up losing draft equity, especially in the first round. They need to get some more offensive pieces around Bryce Young, offensive tackle, maybe another big-time wide receiver, so that they can go along with him and build the team with draft picks and get younger. And I think that's the reason why they're putting his name out there, because again, the only way you're going to recoup some of that draft equity that you gave to move up is by trading a talented player. The question would be, who would be willing to give up 2 1s for him? I think he's justified in getting 2 1s. Okay? But what team needs a defensive end right now with that kind of talent that'd be willing to give up on a 25-year-old, 25, 26-year-old all-pro defensive end? And would you give up 2 ones for him? Depending on where you are in the standings right now. Like if you are Kansas City, would you do something like that knowing full well you really don't have a pass rusher outside of Chris Jones? Would you do that? If you're Dallas, do you think you got to do something like that because you got to get tougher and you got to get closer to San Francisco? Do I think Dallas does that after listening to Jerry Jones? Absolutely not. If you're the Bengals or the Bills, do you want to do something like that to close the gap with you in Cincinnati or, excuse me, you and Kansas City? Do you want to do that? How about after what happened with the Eagles after the Eagles beat the shit out of the Miami Dolphins? Would you be willing to give up, again, some draft choices to go get Brian Burns? There's nobody in next year's draft that Brian Burns' talent. And I don't give a shit about a first or second or third round draft choice coming out of college when you're talking to me about a player like Burns. There's nobody in the draft next year who will be an all-pro. That kid's an all-pro player today, 25, 26. It's dumb to talk like that. I'd give up the 5th pick for him. Well, I got the 5th. How many times have you seen guys who the 5th pick suck versus a guy who's known and he's a known quantity? It's dumb conversation. Cincinnati be a great fit for him. Ryan Tannehill's name. We're going to talk to Blaine Bishop because it looks like they've totally put the white flag up. You know what? I got to tell you something. Can I make a suggestion to you? Hey, Tone, I heard Rob say something, and I also saw it, and I thought it was peculiar when I saw Mike Vrabel in the Bob Kraft owner's box. Would it be possible Tennessee trades Mike Vrabel to New England? That's the next head coach of the Patriots. He's the next head coach of the Patriots. Would you trade Mike Vrabel 2 years ago, NFL Coach of the Year? Would you trade him to New England? Belichick steps down or steps up into the front office. He's your next head coach. I don't see too many players sitting in the owner's box who are currently active NFL head coaches. Does Tennessee and New England potentially at the end of the year have a deal cut already? Have they talked about this? Have they broached this? Wouldn't you find that to be a little bit like tampering in some way or somehow? It just looked unethical that the head coach of an AFC team, how do you know he's not giving them intel about the Titans or doing anything that personnel-wise telling Bob Kraft about the potential trading of Derrick Henry? How do you know he's not? It looks unethical. You got a current head football coach, not a fired coach. You got a head coach, one of the most revered coaches in the league, sitting in Bob Kraft's box, watching a game and him being inducted into the Ring of Honor. What were they talking about? The good old days? Okay, really? What were you talking about? The good old days? I mean, Tannehill's name's out. How about this one? If the Eagles beat the Commanders, could you see the Commanders moving Chase Young? By the way, Chase Young, 11 QB hits. He's playing good ball. He's not quite Chase Young of 2 years ago. I'll tell you what, he's better than Thibodeau. He's better than Thibodeau. And it looks like to me he's getting better every week. If you're the Commanders, do you move him? Because there's not a chance in hell you're re-signing him. There's not a chance. Seals, would you trade for linebacker White with the Bucks? Chaos. He's going to command a $20 million salary. It's not the Eagles' MO to pay that kind of money for an LB. Even though I think he's one of the better guys that's out there in the NFL. He's not quite Fred Warner, but he's in like the room of being the best LBs in the NFL. He's a tremendous player, captain of a Super Bowl defensive football team. I like him, sideline to sideline, tremendous leader. He's young. He's a great hitter. He can cover. He can do so many things for you. But I think the price tag for him is just a little bit too much. Chase Young could be a very interesting commodity for the Commanders to like throw out there. Who wants him? Who needs pass rushers? Shit, everybody needs pass rushers. Now, what will the Jets do with Carl Lawson? You want to hear something? He's been healthy and active the last 2 weeks. Why? He's a pretty good football player, edge rusher. The Jets may be trying to move him, and the reason that they've had him the last 2 weeks as healthy and act, they may be looking to deal him. Okay? They may be looking to deal him. Jerry Jeudy has turned out to be a complete flop in Denver. I wouldn't give you for Jerry Jeudy, the wide receiver for the Denver Broncos, I wouldn't give you a 5th rounder for him. I think he's horseshit. I think his attitude sucks. I've never seen him at all in any way show me that he is a big-time football player. I have no interest in a player like that. Right now, he's currently ranked like the 30th best wideout in the NFL. Are you kidding me? Giving you a 1st or 2nd round for that guy? Don't come knocking on my door. Don't call Howie or don't call us. We have no interest in that guy. Okay, we are talking about bringing in all these young, high-performing guys. Can you theory craft who goes and who stays when money becomes a thing? Rage, that's something not yet that we really need to look at, but it's part of the process down the line. Like, you're not re-signing DeAndre Swift. You're just not. It's not going to happen. He's a one-year guy. He's going to go out in the open market and get more money. There's no such thing as hometown discounts with today's NFL players. Jalen didn't take one. Why should anyone else? Quarterback didn't take a discount. The Eagles did him solid by giving him the bag of money up front. Nobody takes pay cuts because unless you're 35 years of age or you're an older player and you want to call it a career in Philly. That's the only way you do it. You don't do that shit in your prime. So what? You're going to take less money in your prime because what? You're boys? When Howie would move you in 4 seconds if he had to. Makes no sense. Hometown discount? What do you think, you're in the 70s? I like the kid's Cortland Sutton actually more than I do Jerry Jeudy. Guy's got 21 catches. That leads the pack in Denver. You got to be kidding me. Hey, you know who's going to get a ton of looks? Hunter Renfrow. He's going to get it. You know why? The money. He ain't making a lot of money in Las Vegas. He's going to get a ton of opportunities to go to a place and help a team. Like, I could see Hunter Renfrow in Los Angeles with the Rams. I could see Hunter Renfrow in Kansas City with the Chiefs. Doubt the Raiders would want to do that in their own division. They probably want to try to get him more back into the NFC. Maybe the Cowboys. They need another wideout. I think Hunter Renfrow fits perfect in Dallas. Be perfect in Dallas. Daniel Hunter, how many years are we going to see his name potentially being moved in Minnesota? What's this now, the third straight year that they've been talking of moving him? He's a fine edge rusher. Really is. I got a guy here that I'm going to tell you here. This is a player, these next two players, I think there's something you can take a look at if you're Howie Roseman. You guys know who Jalen Johnson is? How many people know who Jalen Johnson is? You guys know who Jalen Johnson is? Have any idea? Ray goes, who? That doesn't shock me, Ray. Ray, that doesn't shock me. This guy's a really good corner. And very rarely do you have a corner that goes onto the market in season that's a quality guy. Tell you flat out, Jalen Johnson is as good or maybe better than James Bradbury. He's a good talent. And he won't cost you a lot. Now, with the Bears, trade with Philly. Would they trade with an NFC team? I'm going to tell you something, the difference also between Howie Roseman and Jerry Jones. Here's exactly. Hey, Tone, can you do me a favor? I thought that the kid, Jalen Johnson, I think he's either 24 or 25 years of age, if I'm not mistaken. This is the kind of guy that's a C.J. Gardner-Johnson sign or trade. Right there. That's a guy right there that is a guy that you go get. He's 24 years old. He's a quality football player at that corner spot. Fantastic talent. Fantastic. Look at the evaluations, Pro Football Focus. You know what they said about him? Pro Football Focus said that this guy here, being on the open market, very rarely do you see quality player and a player like this that's being floated around for potential deals. And he ain't going to cost you a ton of money. It's a typical Howie move. That's what I'm talking about. Even Justin Simmons, Broncos. Can't think that he doesn't want to get out of there. Safety. So I like this Jalen Johnson. Howie targeting him. You need a corner and probably a back. And these are the kind of deals right here. You just got to do a little homework and you got to do a little bit of due diligence in this. You know, they're throwing Patrick Surtain. Here, I'll show you this. This Jalen Johnson guy, is he Patrick Surtain? No. But what Howie did with the Kevin Byrd deal, the Byard deal, you know what he did with him? He's not quite Budda Baker, but he plays like Budda Baker, and he's cheaper, and I didn't have to give anything up for him. That's that guy's MO. That's your general manager's MO. And again, the difference between Jerry and Howie is this. Jerry thinks people are going to call him up and go, hey, we got a player that we think can make you and your team better. What do you think about that? Who in their right mind? Howie is proactive. Jerry is not he's just he's late. He's just late. He thinks he is so arrogant. He thinks team's mentality. We have someone that can help the Cowboys. That's why no one calls him. That's why he missed Gregory. That's why he missed the kid from Tennessee. That's why he missed C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's why he missed Hassan Reddick. That's why he missed Darius Slay. That's why he's missed on all these potential people out there because he's so arrogant. Howie doesn't mind begging. Jerry looks at it as begging. Hey, what do you want from this guy? His ego is so, that's not the job. The job is to try to get the best player possible, knowing full well the other team has to feel comfortable in getting the deal done. Jerry thinks that it's all one-sided and that he runs his business like he ran it when he ran his oil wells, when people were drilling for oil wells. Okay? And by the way, when I say begging, I say this. When you pick the phone up and you ask somebody for something, you can quantify it as a conversation or begging. I say this, if you want to take that and you want to go over the top that he's not, hey, I'll tell you what we'll do here. You're the one proposing the deal. You're the one asking. You're the one begging to make a deal with somebody. You can look at it any other way you want. I don't give a shit how you say it. Hey, listen, I want to make a deal here for A.J. Brown, and I'll give you this, this, and this. And then guess what that becomes? When Howie offers those deals up and he gives up quality picks, the other team on the other side, Howie Roseman has the leverage right now. I think Byard is better than Budda Baker. I do not. Because of skill, but because of durability, he hasn't missed a cent. Okay, there's something to that. He's constantly available. Dirty D, that's not a poor comment. That's not a poor comment at all. Okay, because you're looking at availability. Availability sometimes is more important than talent. Because talent, you can have it all in the world, but if it's in the tub, it does you no good, right? I get it. You're right. Okay, you're right. I would say this to you. Here again, how and where this is a great window for the Eagles right here. Between Wednesday and next Tuesday. Okay, you're looking at your football team going, how do I here? The great general managers and the great, they're on the phone every day. They're on the phone every day. They're on the phone every day because you know what? Why would you think that Howie Roseman is on the phone every day talking to every general manager on the planet? Would you guys have an idea why a general manager does that? Why do you think him being so proactive and Jerry, think about this one, Tone, everyone. Why do you think Howie Roseman's on the phone every single day, more so than most general managers? Kevin Colbert told me this, and Kevin Colbert was the former general manager of the Steelers, has been on this program numerous times. And Tom Telesco, we've had numerous general managers on. And do you want to know what Kevin Colbert told me why Howie does this? I will tell you why Howie's on the phone all the time. Has a feel for the market, upgrade talent. You guys are dead on. This is what you get. When you're out shopping players or you're out looking for value on players, you get a market understanding of what the value of your player is. What's been the one criticism in Dallas that Jerry doesn't know how to value his own players. He overvalues them because the only thing he knows is when he drafts them, that's how he sees them. Howie Roseman gets an understanding of what a player's value is. Like, look at Milton Williams. Milton Williams is a second or third round pick. If you were to deal him right now, they would be high picks, 2s and 3s. That's a player who doesn't start in Philly and hasn't lost his value since you drafted him. And you know what? I guarantee you, teams around the United States have contacted the Eagles wanting to know the availability of Milton Williams. There's not a chance Howie Roseman wouldn't give that guy up for anything less than a 1. He's too valuable right now as the swing man in that rotation who's number 1 in the league in rush defense. Do you understand that Milton Williams' value right now this year is escalating and moving up to where if you were to move him, you would have to almost get a 1 for him? He's part of a group that's in the number one run defense in the NFL. The unit is getting better. Howie has kept value on a player who doesn't even start. That's when you know your equity in your roster. Jones doesn't know the equity in his roster. So when you're on the phone and you hear a guy go like this, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a 4 for Andre Dillard. Howie's going to go like this. He's going to call 5 more people and see if that matches what they think, and then they'll know what the value is and what they're going to do with Andre Dillard. Jerry Jones doesn't do that. Jerry Jones thinks that if guy he drafts in the first round is a first rounder, come hell or high water. When it's not the case, when you go on the open market, you find out, hey, do me a favor. What did the Cowboys get for Amari Cooper? You guys remember what Amari Cooper went to the Cleveland Browns for? This is a prime example of it. Here is a prime example of Jones not knowing the talent on his roster. Because he gave up a 1, didn't he? To the Raiders for Amari Cooper. Right? He gave up a 1. What did the Browns give the Cowboys for Amari Cooper? They gave him a 5th. Okay? Cleveland sent 2022 5th-round pick and swapped a 2022 6th-round pick with the Cowboys to acquire 4-time Pro Bowler, and last year had 1,000 yards. You don't think Amari Cooper could be helping Dak Prescott and the Cowboys out right now? Instead, you trade him away, and you gave a 1 and a 3 up to the Raiders, and you got, what was that? And you got a 5th and a 6th. For a guy, that's how you lose roster equity. That's why this guy, I'll tell you this, I question some of the shit he does, like the out of the sandbox stuff. But when it comes to putting the Rubik's Cube together, and it comes to the chess stuff, he's sensational at it. He's utterly sensational at this. On October 22, 18, the Raiders sent Amari Cooper to the Cowboys for the 2019 NFL Draft first-round pick. The Raiders would use a 27th overall selection to grab safety Jonathan Abraham, who remains on the team in 2021. And get this, and is underachieved. Not that the Raiders are good when it comes to draft selections. Okay? I mean, let's be candid here. The Raiders haven't been good in the draft in about 25 years. All I say is this to you, man. Yeah, well, they didn't draft Devontae Adams. They traded for him because they can't get the receiver right. And the one guy they had, they traded. That right there in a nutshell. See how he looks at guys like Budda Baker and go, who's like him? Who plays like him? It's a brilliant way of building your roster. It's to him, it's not about the name on the back of the jersey. That's why when Howie makes a move, they don't look like, hey, how about this? How many people believed that the Gardner Johnson move prior to going in to the NFL season of 2022 last year, how many people believed that that was going to be the grand slam that it was, where the guy's now making $8 million in Detroit? How many people? That's funny. Oh, you guys are naming some of these Raider names? What if they won in 30 years? What if they won? Okay, you draft a couple guys here. Khalil Mack, they dealt. Josh Jacobs, they've been trying to deal. They want to get rid of those players. You're talking to me about players they drafted that they are dying to get off of. How crazy is that? Those are players they're trying to get out of their deals. When we made the move, I thought it was a solid move, but I definitely didn't expect him to pick up 6 interceptions, especially at safety, and they played him at a different position as well. Dallas will never win a Super Bowl while Jerry is there. Jerry only knows how to build a team pre-salary cap era. That's pretty much the truth. I would say this to you here. What Howie does, Howie looks at players like Kevin Byard goes like this. Man, I'll tell you what, that guy reminds me a lot of Buda Baker. But you know what the better thing is? He plays like him, and he's on the field more than him. And he's not expensive. It's $4 million versus 20. And you're telling me that I can get almost the same kind of numbers at the, you know what? Can I say this to you? It's almost like how he plays Moneyball. It's like a version of Moneyball, especially on the defensive side. It's like Moneyball. I could argue the Byard move is better because he actually is a safety by trade and truly understands the role and responsibilities and comes with ball skills. Hey, and you can make the comment that it's a better move than trading for Buda Baker because I don't want to get hit with a tag of $20 million. I'm not paying a safety $20 million. That ain't especially happening in Philly. That ain't happening. He ain't paying $20 million. He ain't paying $20 million for a tackle. Now, he may do this with these two dudes he got in there now because they're his homegrown kids. Okay? Well, and that leads me to something else before I get into the topics. The last 2 years for Roseman, the Eagles only have to pick up less than $3 million of Byard's deal to be on the roster. By the way, I would not be shocked if he starts. I wouldn't be shocked if he starts. And the last 2 years, how about these impact moves? You get Reddick. You get Carter. You get A.J. Brown. You steal away Bradbury from the Giants. And you bring in Swift. I mean, of all these moves in the last, look at those two moves. Look at the last, let's just do the last 2 years. Reddick, you draft Jalen Carter. You trade for A.J. Brown. You sign Bradbury. And you trade on draft day for Swift. What's the best move in the last 2 years he's made? What's the best of those players? What's the best move he's made in the last 2 years, Howie Roseman? What would you circle? Reddick, Carter, Brown. I think those three probably supersede the other two, Bradbury and Swift, even though they're impact guys. Of those three moves, it's getting to a point where you're going to start putting Jordan Davis's name in there. Probably the AJ move. It was the missing piece to the offense and helped develop our quarterback. Hey, how about this? You think AJ's impact on the quarterback is good or bad this year? AJ's doing well. How's it been on the quarterback? AJ's development this year. Or Jalen's development. Now, there's determining factors, play calling, fundamental changes, injury. I made this comment yesterday to you about this kid Carter. And look at hey, how about this? The MVP in the NFC Championship game was not Jalen Hurts. It was Hassan Reddick. Okay? With all those turnovers, AJ's definitely masking some things. Michael Irvin said that. Michael Irvin said that A.J. Brown is covering a lot of the mistakes that Jalen makes in the passing game. He said that. He said that 2 days ago. 2 days ago, he said that. That guy A.J. Brown covers a lot of mistakes that he makes in the passing game. It's okay. Jerry Rice. You don't think Jerry Rice helped Joe Montana? I mean, it's not a rip. Great talented wide receivers and great talented quarterbacks help each other out. It's not a slam. Okay? We're going to get into this now. We're almost there at the midway point, but I wanted to start looking at player performances and where the Eagles are right now and their player performances. And I'm going to give these guys a grade for where we are pretty much in the halfway point of the season. And I'm going to look at the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to look at the offensive side of the ball here in a minute. Then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the coordinators also. My friend Tone's going to be with us for the segment at 3:30. Blaine Bishop, part of the broadcast team, will be with us from the Tennessee Titans. Also, thank you, Tone. Please do me a favor, guys. We'd love you to be part of our great contest that we have with our friends at Hooters. It's the 40th anniversary of our friends and the official sponsor of the National Football Show. We thank you so much with all the great people that have gone in to all 7 of the locations, all the way from Rhode Island, all the way down through King of Prussia, Jersey. 40th anniversary. Please find one of the 7 locations by going to northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. Find that location nearest you, and you'll be able to understand what we're talking about here with our great contest. You send us all your information. You get a code word that Tone's going to throw out through the entire 4 hours of the program. You email us, dansileoshow@gmail.com. And on a football Monday, we will name the winners, and we will give you a chance to become one of the winners. It's part of what has been a great campaign so far. We can't thank you guys enough. And by the way, you want to hear something crazy great? With all the platforms that we put the show on, between the clips that James does, James, our IT guy, Tone, does such a great job. James, you know what a fan I am of you. All the stuff that Tone does for the show, everybody. We're almost approaching 4 million people a month that tune in to some sort of segment of the program. And it's really, really growing, and we really appreciate the fact that you guys are doing that. I saw some statistics the other day, and just folks checking us out like that. It's pretty awesome that we really appreciate you doing that. So thank you guys again. Do me a favor, send your information to dansileoshow@gmail.com. That code word will be thrown out there. We will name your name on a football Monday. We're going to take a look at each and every single one of the positions, and we're going to give them a grade on how well this football team is playing at the midway point of the season. I think some people are going to shock you where I'm going to go with them. You know, I went back and looked at a lot of tape on a lot of these guys. Okay. Hey, by the way, don't forget also, when you go into any one of the locations, northeasthooters.com, Also, HootersToGo.com. Go into any of the facilities, man. Buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, 1983, all you can eat. Kids eat for free on Saturdays, all that. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. We appreciate you guys so much. Second hour of the program coming up. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Appreciate you guys coming aboard. My friend Tone will join us at the bottom of the hour, and we so appreciate it. By the way, want to thank my great friends at Hooters and those emails that we were going back and forth about the views on all the platforms between the clips and the interviews that we do and the segments that we post. Almost 4 million folks are checking out the show, and we so appreciate that very much. And thank you again for all of you guys that come in here each and every single day, and all the ones that come in here each and every single day that also give us a ton of crap but are here every day for 4 hours. Can't thank you enough because you're part of it too. Even if you consistently on a daily basis post about 50 or 60 things that are negative about us, we win in the end because you're here viewing. And I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much to everyone that does that. Even the haters are part of the growth of the program. Thank you guys. Fantastic stuff. You guys are wonderful. Let me ask you something before we get into the evaluation of the team. How many people think Deshaun Watson is wrong for sitting out? So, do you have more respect for Saquon Barkley? Sills and Tone, how about a show live at Hooters? Working on it. So are you more impressed with Saquon Barkley? Thank you, 5-star. You're part of it, man. Really means a lot. Thank you. So Watson's a clown for sitting out. But Barkley is a stud for playing, right? Is that how you look at it? Is that how you look at it? I look at Barkley as a dumbass, not a tough ass. Why in the world would I want to play in New York when they don't want you in New York? Dude, aren't you tired of coaches' pats on the back? So you think you give a guy more credit because the old coach is on the back pat. You're a professional here. So you're cool with Barkley playing with pain to diminish his value. I'm not talking about respect. I'm talking about right and wrong. So you want to give a guy in Barkley more credit for playing through pain when the organization doesn't give a shit about him. Deshaun Watson, for the first time, has all the leverage that a player has dreamed about. He's the only NBA player in the NFL. And we're hating on him in a way. And me too. Me too. So when a player does this, load management, and he makes $800,000 a night, I don't hear anybody bitching about when Embiid sits out for load management. That guy makes $700,000 a night. You all right with that? He's healthy. He's just not playing. Well, there's more games. Football and basketball, you could pay 50 games. Come on, man. Nobody has a problem when a guy making $50 million a year or $60 million a year sits out a night and he's just taking a night off. But when an NFL guy goes, I'm not feeling right. It's the only NBA player in the NFL is Deshaun Watson. I don't know. Maybe we're jealous of him. Okay? Maybe we're jealous of him. Probably am. Why in the world would Saquon Barkley want to play for that team that's going nowhere? Why? Pride? What pride? Jesus criminy. What do you think this is, like homecoming? And the star football player gets to date the homecoming queen and, there's a parade and shit. It's pro football, man. This is not about pats on the back. This is about your paycheck. This is why the NFL owners look at it as paycheck. I'm not paying Miles Sanders. Hey, but we like you. Oh, the pats on the back don't go anywhere. Nobody respects that. Nobody respects that. Hey, like I told you before, man. Like I told you guys before, when you get a paycheck, a professional paycheck, it ain't any longer about coaches. Hey, do one for the team and let's do it for the Gipper. Shit's stupid. It's for TV. It's like believing the mob is something really cool. It's not. Come on, man. Hey, and again, before I get into the evaluation of the Eagles here, Jerry Jones, another comment off his stupid radio show. 49ers can be had. And this is after they lost to the Vikings. How do you make a comment like that when you got beat by 32 points by that team that lost by 4? How do you make a public comment like that when you were beat by 32 points? Hey, the Niners can be had. Well, not by you. Maybe Philly. Not by you. There's not a chance in hell the Dallas Cowboys. So wait a minute. You think getting into a ring with George Foreman a second time helped Joe Frazier or hurt Joe Frazier after Frazier got knocked down 6 times in the first fight? You think he was looking for that beating again in the second fight? He ended that fight quicker. You think that helps? You think that helps Dallas out by having your owner come out and go, they could be had? You're not Ali. You're not Ali, dude. Holy cow. Oh, holy cow, man. 49ers can be had. And you got crushed by 32. All right, let me get into the Eagles here. Talk about the island of delusion. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, the guy constantly, those two radio shows do not help the head coach or the Cowboys. Why does it? Can you imagine Howie Roseman having two radio shows? What's the point? What's the end game to that, you think? What is the end game? Does Jerry Jones use his football team? What's the brand, Jerry or the Cowboys? I mean, what's the brand here? When the owner of the Dallas Cowboys is the most famous cowboy, there's got to be a problem. The most famous Eagle right now is Jalen Hurts. The most famous Bengal is Burrow. Go down the list. Every team but in Dallas. Man. Barb, Lurie, he doesn't own WIP. He just controls it. The Eagles control WIP, you mean? He doesn't own Odyssey. David, the guy Hill does. He owns it. I worked for him. I've met him. Yeah, no, he controls it. Jerry cares about one thing, net wealth. And net wealth, you know what net wealth does? See, you got to figure this out, Dirty D. To me, I think that he's Vince McMahon. He's got his 3 championships. How does Jerry Jones get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame before Bob Kraft, who's got 6? Do you ever wonder that? How did he get into the Hall of Fame before Bob Kraft? What, because he made great net wealth for all the rest of the owners? Okay. Or his football, it wasn't his football knowledge. Jerry Jones is a fraud as a football guy, living off of Jimmy Johnson's success. That's why he's not in the Ring of Honor. You understand that. He can't put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor because then it validates that he had nothing to do with it. And he knows this. That's why he can't put him in. The moment he puts Jimmy Johnson in is the moment he surrenders that he wasn't a good football guy because he was never able to duplicate what Jimmy did. He can't put him in. Jimmy Johnson's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the College Football Hall of Fame. He was just this last weekend put in the Miami Hurricane Ring of Honor. And he's not in the Cowboy Hall of Fame because the owner can't do it. He has 2 radio shows. He's the current GM. But it validates Jimmy more. You guys get that. The more you get removed from those Super Bowl years of Dallas, the more it validates Jimmy. And everyone goes like this. Hey, if it's doing this with Belichick, that, maybe it was more Brady. How do you not say that same narrative towards Jerry Jones that, dude, it was all Jimmy? But see, this is why Jerry puts Troy Aikman on ESPN Monday night, Tony Romo on CBS, and you have Michael Irvin on the NFL Network. You have Garrett on NBC's Sunday night broadcast. You got Moose on the number 2 team to make sure that narrative never gets out of hand. The Eagles are America's team. What We are the land of opportunity where players come to chase rings and come in 1 year to increase their value. Nothing more American than that. Completely true. Can I say this to you, Rage? I don't think the Philadelphia Eagles are America's team. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are America's blue-collar team. And this country's built by blue-collar. Blue-collar people build this country. Blue-collar people determine who's going to be the president of the United States each and every 4 years. Those bridges weren't built by white-collar guys. Yeah, the guys with the money. But the people out there putting the screws and putting the nails, laying the wire that needs to be laid for these bridges or making buildings. The Philadelphia Eagles are America's blue-collar team. And you're right. It's the team of opportunity. I tell you this, in the last couple of years here, I would say this to you. Every single player that has come to the Philadelphia Eagles as a free agent has left a richer man. And again, remember I told you this? You give justice and kudos to things you see, and you kind of hammer some of the things that you don't like. Like here, every player that's left, did Javon Hargrave increase his value as a player to go to San Francisco? Yes. Did Kaiser White? Yes. Did Andre Dillard? Yes. Did Isaac Seumalo? Yes. Did Miles Sanders? Yes. Did TJ Edwards? Yes. Every guy has left with an opportunity to improve his value. Gardner Johnson. Thank you, Devin. Gardner Johnson went from an $837,000 a year player to a player that's making almost $7 million. EPS. Very good. Did he increase his value? Yes. How about this? Has Zach Cunningham increased his value? Yes. Has Nicholas Morrow? Yes. Has James Bradbury? Yes. Has Hassan Reddick? Yes. How crazy is that? Let me get to some of these evaluations here. I want to do the defense first. We're almost at the halfway point here. And I looked at some of the grades that I gave these guys. I'm going to start with the defense. Brandon Graham. I think Brandon Graham is hanging around a C right now. They're kind of like not really having him at a high volume of reps. I don't think he's hurt the team. I don't think he's been a bad player. I just think his limited reps have given him limited opportunities. He's not playing poorly. Okay, he's not. It's just he's limited in his reps. Left defensive tackle, Jordan Davis. I've given him an A. Completely turned his game around from what it was a year ago and is getting better and is getting more dominant and more physical and in better shape, playing hard, all the things he didn't do and show last year. He's absolutely, and I think it's because of the addition of Jalen Carter. I gave him an A too. I want to show you something here in a second about what your front four looks like. Jalen Carter gets an A. Those two left ETs, man, are kicking the shit out of people. I have yet to see anybody have the better hand and upper hand on them. Fletcher Cox, I think Fletcher Cox, outside of a little bit of nicks, I think he's played a solid B. More, if you want, you could give him a B+. He's played good ball this year. I think the youth on that D-line, and especially inside there, I think it's given him a little bit of juice. And I think this guy's playing some damn good football here. Right defensive tackle, Fletcher Cox. Again, like I said, I think he's a B. I think Milton Williams is playing B. I think he's playing B football. I like the way he plays. He's a really good, I'll tell you what, man, I would not give him away. And I mean, if somebody came to me and said, here's a 3 for Milton Williams, would you take it? I don't know if I would take that. Jordan Davis has been listening, Big Sills. Well, I've been talking to Tracy a lot. Tracy watches the show. You know this. I got Josh Sweat. He's an A. How about this? So here's your front 4 and your rotation guys. Graham, C, and not because he's playing bad, just limited reps. Davis, A. Carter, A. Fletcher, B. Milton, B. Josh Sweat, A. Shit, dude. That's a formidable group. You're not doing a lot of business against that group there. The more you look at how well they've played to the midway point of the season, the more you got to start throwing some love at that. Will linebacker, Zach Cunningham. You want to hear this? A B. He has been a pleasant surprise. Nicholas Morrow, for a guy who the Eagles cut, didn't think shit of, worked himself up through the practice squad. Got to be crazy great here. B+. He's really playing well. Dude, these backers, if you told me at the beginning of the season that you were going to play Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow and that these guys would be playing solid B football, that's a steal. And you're paying these guys nothing. The only reason I give Hassan Reddick a B is because he started slow because of the injury. The last 3 weeks is A. So he's, in another week, he'll be up there with the rest of the group that are in the A category. Fantastic. Fantastic player. You know what's kind of crazy? Is that James Bradbury and the other corner, Slay, I think these guys have been playing C+ football. I don't think they've really been playing great ball. I think your front 7 has been playing exceptional. I think your back end has been kind of okay. You're giving up a shitload of yards. You know, your safety position's not helping because these guys are more on an island this year. But, I mean, Slay and Bradbury, really, you can't give anybody in that secondary at the cornerback position when you're down in the 20s, like 25 in pass defense. You don't give anybody a B when you're 25th in pass defense. I mean, Reed Blankenship, I give a B. Kevin Byard, I think he's going to start this weekend. I really do. I think he's going to start. I think you're going to solidify that whole entire secondary with this guy back there. I can't wait to see how he fits that piece in there and how they plug him in. I have more confidence that Sean Desai is going to figure out a role for him right away than anything we've seen before. Okay? Fantastic. Want to do the offense. I gave Jalen Hurts a B-. Not because Jalen Hurts is not getting better, but because they're trying to do different things with him. You're 6-1, and the only reason he gets the B- with the 10 turnovers is because he's 6-1. And he's still hanging around at 7 completions out of 10 throws. I'm good with this. I think Hurts in another 2 months is going to be even better. But it's a process. DeAndre Swift has been a B. I love how they're trying to get him involved. I love the versatility he has, catching it, running it. He's showing some toughness, yet to be determined if he's durable. A.J. Brown, A+. Nothing you could say. Couple quirky things over there. I'm not concerned with it when you're putting number. I'm a guy like, I look at it this way. I don't give a shit about your quirky little ways, as long as you're putting up gigantic numbers. I don't bitch and cry about those little things. I don't care about it. You want to be a diva? That's fine. You put up 175 yards every game, I'm not going to complain. Devontae Smith, C+. Numbers are down. It's part of the offense. Is he playing bad? Couple drop passes this year. He's C+. Olamide from Atlanta, I gave him a C+. I actually like him. Dallas Goedert, C+. Numbers are down. Quality of targets are different. They're getting him more involved, though. They're getting him more involved. Jordan Mailata. I actually think if you look at the offensive line, I think you'd be kind of surprised here a little bit. I gave Mailata B-. A couple games this year, Chase Young had a great game on him. He did. Opening game against New England. They rushed the passer well on him. But B-. Landon Dickerson, I gave a B. Think he's really a solid guy. And personally, I think he's one of the top 10 offensive left guards in pro football. It's going to be interesting to see how much money they pay this guy, because you may be talking about a $20 million left guard. His injuries may determine what that number looks like. I gave Jason Kelsey a B+. He really, I thought a little slow. And the reason why I'm a little bit not in the A group is for this particular fact. Quarterback's getting hit more. There's more pressures on the quarterback. Your pass defense hasn't been what it was a year ago. You're getting hit more. I mean, ever since that Aaron Donald game, Opeta has kind of walked back a bit. I gave him a C+. I don't think it's that bad, but, you might want to think about going back to Juergens or you just keep him in there. I don't know yet. I want to see. Lane, I gave him a B+ too. I think Lane's pass protection has been very good, not exceptional. I think his run blocking has been exceptional. So that's how I look at the football team here. And by the way, before I bring Tone in, I got to understand something, and this is maybe something for me. Are we comparing the Eagles to the 2022 team, or are we comparing the Eagles to the rest of this year's NFC? Think about that. Think about what I just said. Are we putting the Eagles over here and we're gauging them on what they did in 22, and we're looking at that team so much that we're nitpicking because it doesn't look like 2022? Well, let's take that and go like this. How does that look against the rest of the 2023 NFC? Are they as good as last year? Is the NFC as good as last year? I don't know. Are the Eagles better than last year because the NFC's not that hot? Let's bring my guy Tone in the segment.
Big Sales, how you doing, sir?
All good. Tone, I just, how you evaluate and how you look at people, sometimes you just, I think I'd rather look at an organization sets. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to play down to the NFC. I want to play up to a standard that's been set in my building.
Right.
And see, the Eagles act, and we look at the 22 team, has to be one of the greatest rosters ever put together. But when you look at the NFC, well, Giants don't look good this year. Commanders, well, they always look good against the Eagles for some reason. I mean, the Cowboys don't look as good. I think the Cowboys are all hype. I don't really think they're looking that great. All the other NFC teams, okay, the Niners are walking back. They could lose 3 in a row with Cincinnati this weekend.
Yeah.
How do you look at what I just said?
It's so funny you brought that up right before I came on because, after that Miami game, we're a few days removed from it, and I've really been thinking about why I have been critiquing this Philadelphia Eagles team the way I have. And the reality is, I think we are comparing this Philadelphia Eagles team, the 2023 team, to the 2022 team. And it's kind of hard not to do that because when you put yourself in the category that the Philadelphia Eagles have regularly put themselves in over the past several years, you tend to stop comparing them to others and you begin to start comparing them to themselves. And then when you set the standard of winning a Super Bowl in the 2017-2018 season, and then you make it to a Super Bowl in the 2022-2023 season, you come within 3 points shy and you were that close and the team was so talented and Howie Roseman is making the moves he's making and the defensive line is as dominant as they are and the offensive line is as dominant as they are and, they put up the numbers they did. You're comparing the Philadelphia Eagles to themselves at all times because for the most part, how many people are really in their class? But you bring up a good point that the fact of the matter is they have to play the opponents that they face this year. The 2023 Eagles aren't facing 2022 opponents, right? The 2023 Eagles are worrying about the 2023 49ers, the 2023 Dallas Cowboys, so on and so forth. So the deeper you get into this season, the further removed we get from the 2022 year. And we have to start accepting the Philadelphia Eagles for who they are and who they could potentially become going forward. So I don't think you're off base with where we are. And look, for me especially, I have to always check my body.
Hopefully we're able to get my friend Tone back here. He was obviously hitting on something very good, and I happen to agree with him. They have set an absolute standard right now. I would make this point to you guys.
So you got me?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, Tone.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Eagles fans. My apologies. Anyway, what's the last thing you heard from me?
I heard you say that there's a standard that you set, but we've got to learn to live with right now that this is 2023.
Right.
And that's kind of where we were.
Yeah, right. So yeah, basically, it's hard not to compare the Philadelphia Eagles to the past, right? It's really hard. But the fact of the matter is, the deeper we get into this season, the further we get from the 2022 season, and we have to start accepting the Philadelphia Eagles for who they are and who they could potentially become.
Your concerns today, are they more heightened by what that press conference thing was about Hurts? I've got to tell you, Tone, I'm really lost on it here because, okay, and John McMullen's right on the technicalities of the injury list, on the pre-injury list on Wednesday and then the actual injury list on Thursdays. And for the record, for all of you out there, I mean, the injury list, in my opinion, is the only thing that it's used for is by bookies and gamblers. I don't give a shit about it on Thursday. It's there for money people so that they could set the lines. It's a gambling tool. Okay. I mean, to me, I'd rather not have anybody know what the injuries are on a football team. Why is it important that the opposing team knows who's hurt? I mean, aren't we trying to have gamesmanship here? So it's set up for the bookies. Outside of that being said, we'll see. Here's what you don't like. There's no words that close the statement. Like, he's fighting through it. We'll know more later today.
Yeah.
And we plan on him.
They're all open-ended. It's all open-ended. You're right.
It's so vague that they've made it vague, but yet they've made it public. Why would you make something public that, according to John McMullen and the rules, you didn't have to because he was going through practices and he was participating? But prior to the Wednesday list coming out, You thought it was in the best interest to get it out there that Jalen Hurts has been fighting through a knee injury? I mean, help me out on this. I mean, and then you hear Serianni talking, and you hear Jalen having to control the entire questioning of the injury. To me, I think what those guys did today, I think they elevated the concern on that knee injury.
Yeah, I look at it like this, right? I try to think about it in the order of events, right? Jalen Hurts played that first half without a knee brace. He comes out in the second half with a knee brace. Everybody saw it. So at that point, the narrative has already been implanted.
You think he got hurt in the Dolphin game?
I think it probably got aggravated in the Dolphin game. But I think I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he was dealing with this maybe for a week, maybe
since
2.
New England's hit that.
No.
I
wouldn't go that far. That's pretty far.
Up.
That's pretty far. I don't know if I would go that far. I'm willing to go back. He was hit on the knee. True. But I think about
Rams game.
I think about that Rams game. He had this one run where his knee kind of buckled a little bit, but he still managed to, because he looked explosive in that Rams game.
He did.
And then he kind of dialed it back a little bit. But again, I'm trying to focus on the timeline, right? And the first, what came first, chicken or the egg? What came first was the knee brace. And that opened the floodgates for any and all kinds of questions. The media start going on a frenzy because of the knee brace. And then at that point, that led to Nick Serianni and those guys, and even AJ Brown saying, when your general was, going through something, he's still fighting and battling. That makes you guys play even harder. So it was constantly being addressed, even if they didn't even want to talk about it. But again, just because someone brings something up to you, that doesn't mean you don't have to answer it the way they want you to answer it. So I definitely believe that. See, I kind of wish at times Nick Serianni took a page out of Bill Belichick's book and would just give you the least amount of information possible.
Talk to the doctors.
And that's the kind of school that Jalen Hurts comes from. He comes from the Nick Saban school, where he's not going to. What's that infamous clip by Nick Saban? I'm not going to stop doing this or quit asking. You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, how about when Belichick is asked health questions about his players? He goes, "People coach here. People are doctors and trainers here.
Right.
I'm a coach. You want to know about anything? Ask the doctors." But here's the thing: they're not allowed to talk.
Right. So I'm glad Jalen. I watched I watched that press conference where they asked him about the health situation, and his answers were pretty succinct. 2-word, 3-word, 4-word answers. Like he was very, very limited in that press conference. When I think they asked him, I guess, when it happened. And he was like, I mean, who knows? It could happen at any point. I mean,
that is such a great answer. Hey, when do you think it happened? It could have happened anywhere. I could have happened when I was falling off the crapper 2 nights ago. I really said that's so great an answer.
He even said, "Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it happened off the field. I don't know. I mean,
yeah."
I was like,
"Hey, dude, when you get hurt, you know when it happened."
Exactly.
That is so good and good for him, man. You know what? Always remember this: give the media shit when you can.
Yeah, you can.
And I mean, when I say give them shit, don't give them anything, man, because and he has to. And you know what? I am so comfortable and confident that guy is going to have the poise, because a guy like Mayfield would blow up, and all of a sudden you would see him starting to use it as a crutch and why his game sucks. Remember, he did the thing with the shoulder, and he was kind of going through. Hey, this is why I'm not. And no shit, we understand that, but don't use it as a crutch. Jalen's not going to use this thing as a crutch here. Again, I don't believe that, because I don't think he's made that way.
Yeah.
You bring up a good point. I just think it's weird, though, Tone, the way the organization prior to the Wednesday pre-injury list would come out and make a deal out of it. Was Nick asked the question, or did he offer that up?
They asked him. They asked him, about like pretty much all these press conferences have been starting with, "Hey, how's Jalen's health?" You know what I mean? And he's kind of like had to address it the way he has. But you bring up a good point as to, Jalen Hurts' demeanor and the way he handles adversity and the way he handles media. I mean, that's why I like Jalen Hurts, because I mean, outside of the on the field stuff, off the field, he's just a cool customer, man. And he's never rattled, he's never surprised, he's never shaken, never stirred. He's just he was built for this market. Not many people can handle this market. You know, as long as Donovan McNabb was here, I don't feel like he handled this market the way he could have. Randall Cunningham didn't handle this market well. You know what I mean? Jalen Hurts seems like the perfect. T.O. didn't handle this market well. Hurts just seems like the perfect archetype, the perfect athlete for this market. And, you know, it's almost like, you know, he plays the game with them. You know what I mean? Okay, you guys are going to, you know, dig deep. Okay, well, I'm going to dig even deeper and not give you anything. So he truly understands his market, and he never gets beside himself. You know, he rolls with the punches. And, you know, that's why I like this guy as my franchise quarterback, because outside of the X's and O's, outside of, you know, the talent, you know, he gets it. And he's the kind of guy you want leading you in the foxhole.
So let me ask you this before, because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you about the players on this team as we're almost at the halfway mark here. I'm going to get your take on this too as well.
Yep.
How about Jalen Johnson? Instead
the
of
corner
giving
you were telling me about, right?
Yeah, instead of giving up ones and twos and potentially multiple ones for Patrick Surtain, for a guy who's 24 years old and many people consider one of the better athletes at that corner position in the NFL. Pro Football Focus has a high grade on him, and a lot of people have high opinions of him. Supposedly, the Bears are floating his name out there. Would that be something? And plus, I'm not sure he's making a ton of money. So
that's a good point.
Isn't this kind of like a Howie Roseman kind of deal here, where you're not going to be giving up really a lot of – now it's an NFC team, so I don't know. But then again, he's dealt with NFC teams like the Saints before.
Mm-hmm. And it's the Bears.
Isn't this a prime type of guy that he looks at that's on a roster that maybe teams want to get off of? And again, when you read about him too, Tone, you read nothing negative about the guy. They think – a lot of people around the league love the kid.
No, you bring up a great point about Jalen Johnson, the corner for Chicago Bears. You know, 24 years old. He's in the final year of his rookie contract. He was drafted in the second round, 50th overall. Like I said, he's in the final year of his rookie deal. So that's literally prime real estate for Howie Roseman to make a move. Howie Roseman is habitually known for targeting players who are currently in or entering the final year of their deal, a contract that's not too crazy. He can get it for a year rental, you know, find out what they have, or maybe decide to extend them beyond that, especially a guy like this that's young. And you're right, the PFF grades have him ranked really high. He gets interceptions, he gets deflections, he doesn't allow too many catches. He's a talented guy in a pretty rocky situation.
Isn't that your replacement for Slay?
I was actually thinking if he continues on this track and you bring him in, he may be a guy that he may be a guy that you decide to maybe give a 3-year extension to. You know what I mean? You know, the feeling for Slay, because I don't think Slay's going to be here beyond this year. I really don't.
Come in this year, you put him in the slot.
Yeah, that's true. You can do that. See, that's the thing, right?
You put that kid in your secondary. The Philadelphia Eagles have put themselves in the conversation with all the best defenses in the NFL, and not just in the middle of the pack. And we're still waiting for this thing to develop, because right now the back end of the secondary is holding back the front seven, where last year the back end was exceptional and the front end was exceptional. Now you're putting – Tone, this is money. This is age. He looks at guys that look like the frontline guys. It's almost like he buys knockoff Rolexes, but they look the same, and you could never tell the difference between the knockoff Rolex or the Rolex itself, because, I mean, look at how he goes. He goes out there. Look, look at Reddick, for instance. Reddick is not Parsons, but I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, he sure plays like him and at times better than him.
You know the best way to put it? Howie buys low and sells high. You know what I mean? He, like, for example, CJ bought low, sold them high. You know what I mean? Well, he didn't get nothing back, but you know what I mean? CJ got a big contract. Well, not a big, but an 1 year, $8 million deal. He went from being a 6-figure guy to a 7-figure guy easily. You know what I mean? I definitely don't think Howie Roseman is done. I wouldn't be surprised if he traded for another corner. I wouldn't be surprised if he made a move for another running back either. Outside of Swift, we haven't really been getting too much production out of Kenny Gainwell. I personally think Boston Scott should be ahead of Kenny Gainwell because to me, every time I see Boston Scott in the backfield, he just seems to know how to get at minimum 4 yards. You know what I mean?
Why is Rashad Penny on the team?
At this point, I really don't understand why he's here anymore. It's like I don't know. It's like having a minivan in your garage that if you have it, you have it, cool, but you're not going to use it.
And by the way, nobody would fault him if you dumped him. I mean,
no one would.
But like, if you keep him, are you trying to keep him away from someone else? I mean, is that what it is? Possibly that why because sometimes if a general manager, Tone, has a guy in the team that other guys may want, and when he was going around and he was signing him, there could have been a lot. How about this? Maybe San Francisco and Dallas and maybe the Vikings and those teams were in negotiations with his agent, and he knew that, and he wants to keep him on the roster because he wants to keep that player away from them. So there's some point to that too.
He's only played one game this year, and he's only been given 3 carries. So I mean, it's not like he did have that one offensive holding play that took away a touchdown, but I don't think that's enough to not allow a guy to get more snaps over a 6-game period. I mean, again, only was activated for 1 game. I hate thinking like this because I feel like you always want your best guys on the field, when you have them. But, could they possibly be looking at it like, okay, look, we know once we get deeper into the season, when the weather gets colder, when those winds get stronger, right? Could we potentially have use for a guy like Penny in those situations? Again, I hate thinking like that. I don't like
if you were in a war, you're not going to bring out the big guns right away. You're going to hang back and let them kind of hang in the war a little bit with you. And then all of a sudden you feel you're going to bring out the guns and the aircraft carriers.
And that's the thing, right? I don't even consider
and not put them away early.
I don't even consider him a big gun, but I consider him a player who has a unique skill set. He's a power guy. And I don't know, maybe once you get deeper into the season when it gets colder, his play style fits. But I really don't have a rhyme or reason for why he hasn't really been getting any snaps. I mean, you can find a place for him. I don't know. Again, this is one of those situations where I have no answer for you, Sills. No answer.
Hakeem Jeffries / Tone DeShields running for the house. Hey man, what are you, crazy man? Yo, I'm not taking any casualties or any water on. I want to kill you right away. I don't want to wait and bring out the aircraft carrier after you've killed about 300 of my men. I'm going to kill you today. I want roadkill. I want to walk over you like I'm Leonidas.
I know. I get it.
You think Leonidas holds back guys and back in the rear with the gear?
That's why I hate that whole phrase or thought process. Oh yeah, they're waiting to open up the playbook. I'm like, what do you mean they're waiting to open the play? What are you talking about? Like, no one just waits to open up a playbook. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, sure they may have certain plays that they may not use because they didn't. But
Cone wants to bring potters and painters to a war.
But like, it's ridiculous, man.
I bring warriors.
I want the best guys on the field, Sills. And right now, Kenny Gainwell is not one.
All right.
He's not one of the best guys right now.
Let me get into this here a little bit with you.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to take a look at the defense here. Let's take a look. Let's have a little fun here.
Okay.
We're almost at the halfway point here.
Let's do it.
You heard me talking about some of these guys, and I want to start on the defensive side here, okay? Mm-hmm. Brandon Graham left DE. I gave him a seat, not because I think he's playing poorly. He just had limited opportunities to make big impact plays this year because the snap count is down. Now, are they having him on a pitch count? And by the way, again, I don't think he's played poorly. I just don't really think he has had the opportunity that he had a year ago for the impact plays. So again, I know everyone loves him, and it's hard to look at him other than giving him the ultimate benefit of the doubt. But it's really just not a lot of impact plays this year so far. And that may just be because of the snap count.
No, I mean, you bring up a good point. The fact of the matter is, Brandon Graham, he's not even getting 40% of the snaps, right? He's really not getting opportunities out there. So it's hard for him to kind of, I guess, ramp up, with those kind of snaps. But it kind of was a similar situation last year, but he was still able to get those sacks. So look, the bottom line is, I think the grade for Brandon Graham that you gave him a C, a C is pretty fair because it's kind of like, average. He's not hurting you, but he's not really wowing anybody either. So I think C is pretty fair. I will say this though, I didn't like how he looked in that Miami game in terms of run defense on the edges. Miami, they want to get out. They don't want to
little rough on setting the edge.
Yeah, because I saw the difference between when he was on the field versus when Reddick was on the field because they rotate those guys out and all that kind of stuff. There was a difference between Hassan Reddick and Sweat being on the field, and then you have Brandon Graham and I don't know, insert name, Derek Barnett or whatever. I mean, so there was a difference in how they set the edges in the run game. But again, I don't think he was terrible. It's just that in those situations, like he just got off a little slower. But I think that's just age. You know what I mean? So, I would give him a C grade.
Hey, can you do a real quick thing here? I want to double check on what Josh just said. So, did the Eagles list Hurts on today's injury report?
Let me double check this because I know
because if they didn't.
The last thing I saw was he's questionable. It's the last thing I saw that he's questionable. So let's see. Okay. October 25th. All right. It says here on ESPN, Jalen Hurts is listed as questionable. Coach Nick Serianni said Wednesday that Hurts should be fine to play without restrictions this Sunday against the Commanders. Ruben Frank reports from NBC Sports Philadelphia. So Serianni says he should be fine to play.
Go to the Twitter page if you can for a second and see if the team listed him because ESPN, I don't care what they say. I care what the team says because they turned that into the Players Association into Park Avenue. That's the most important one, not the ESPN one.
Okay, so the Wednesday, here we go. So the Wednesday injury report just came out 4 minutes ago. The only names on the injury report are Bradley Roby, cornerback with the shoulder injury. He did not practice. Milton Williams, D tackle. He has a heel injury, but he was limited. So whenever you see limited, they're going to play. Reed Blankenship, safety, ribs, full participant. So Reed is going to play this week. Milton's going to play this week. Only person that may not play this week is Bradley Roby. Jalen Hurts is not on the injury report.
Why would you come out publicly even make a deal out of it today then if you weren't going to even have him on the injury report? What's the point of that?
I really think, listen,
you don't have to tell anybody.
No, I'm with you. And I watched those press conferences and, based off of what I'm hearing, the Philadelphia media, they're digging for this answer, right? And Serianni and Hurts are like, we'll see. He'll be fine. You know what I mean? As far as, you know what I mean? So I don't think they're giving him anything.
Though. I heard it. I heard it myself. That's not how Nick talked. And we'll see.
Nick talks too much. I'll be honest. He talks too much. He's a rambler.
He's opening his mouth too much.
I like Nick, but he's a rambler. He can ramble a little bit.
Shut the fuck up. You're giving too much intel out. You don't have to. If you're not listing him on that injury report and you're walking around going, we'll find out more later today. Or how about this? We'll see if is he going to go? Well, he's trending that way. Dude, why in the world would you throw that out there like that if he's not listed?
Yeah, he's not on it at all. He's not on it.
He's not on the injury list, and yet that was 90% of the press conference today.
Nick rambles, man. He rambles. Jalen Hurts, it took him 3 questions or 2 questions to say it didn't take long. You know what I mean? For Jalen Hurts to put it to bed. So he's going to play this week. Like I said, there are moments where I'm watching Nick's press conferences and I'm saying, you don't have to talk that long about that topic. You can leave that alone. You know what I mean? But
dude, you could just do this. We have no intel on that right now because you know why? Like what John told you, if he's not on that list, I don't have to tell you shit.
Right. John was like,
why would you offer that up? Why? Because you want to be boys with the media? Hey, Nick.
Oh man, I look at it like this, man.
Come on, Mayor.
I look at it like this. I look at it like this. As much as I like Nick, like I said, I prefer if he says as little as possible. But the reality, but outside of the press conference, I look at it like this. He's going to play. And until further notice, I'm rocking with that notion. He's not in a report. That's the reality.
I like how you do business, Tone. You don't want to talk shit on your coach, but your coach is full of shit. And you love your quarterback so much, and you love the Eagles so much. The guy should just shut his face.
Hey, listen, growing up, Listen, I'll put it like this, right? When you're a kid growing up, parents, their job is to take care of you. Their job is to make sure that you're good to go, but their job is also to lie to you sometimes. And guess what? Even though they lie to me sometimes, I always protect them. I always love them the same. So, hey, it's a part of the game, man. It's a part of the game.
This guy's a bullshit artist, man. I'm just telling you, man. I know a bullshit artist when I see one. And hey, why doesn't he just give Jalen Hurts his bank code numbers out next? Hey, here's his ATM 4-digit code. Why don't you just throw that out next, man? Hey, you know what? I'll get back to you on that later today. I'll know it.
Man.
Dude, don't tell anybody the least you know about him, the better.
For sure,
That's
man.
why it's always aggravating. Hey, Tone, you know why the Boston media hates Belichick so much? Because for 25 years, he gave him shit.
You know what, man? Oh, wow. Brock Purdy's in concussion protocol.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow. Okay.
So they're going to lose to the Bengals.
3 in a row. You know what's so ironic about their situation? Last season, in week 6 and week 7, they lost 2 games in a row as well. And then they went on that run. But they also traded for McCaffrey at that time as well. So that's the difference. But I got something I want to show you before I get out of here. So it's about the Cowboys, and I think you're going to like this.
Oh, I'm not done with you for a bit here yet.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, we'll say for the end.
No, give it to me. Give it to me now.
Okay, all right. So, Michael Parsons, your favorite guy, he was
he gets so mad at me. Do you know how mad he gets at me?
He was on his podcast, and I want you to just listen to what he says. I'm not going to load it up. I'm not going to give you anything. I want you to just hear what he said, and then you tell me what you take from it.
Number one will have to be the Philadelphia Eagles. No one has stopped the tush push yet. Javonte Smith could be A.J. Brown's number 1 receiver. Jason Kelce, Hall of Famer. Lane Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. They're very special. Their DB core, Darius Slay, crazy talent. James Bradbury, and I know you saw the trade. They just got Kevin Byard. Very special to see. Obviously, I know I was high on Jalen Carter before he even got the Philly. I don't know how he fell to them. Without a doubt, very special group. It's very special to see what they've done. And they still have Reddick. They still have Sweat. I don't believe they have any weaknesses on their team.
I don't know, Phils. Is he hedging his bet? Is he trying to set the table for if they don't get it done, or is he sending a message to Jerry? What do you think?
No, what he's doing is he's setting it up to where if they get beat by them, don't blame me. Because we don't have all. What he's saying is that we don't have all the pieces.
So
that's what I think he's doing.
So is he sending a message to Jerry then? Because remember, Jerry said, "I'm not making any moves at the deadline." He said that.
That was this done today?
That clip I think came out earlier today or maybe late yesterday. I think.
Okay, well, it was after Jones's.
It was after.
Radio, it was after Jones's radio interviews.
Yep, it was after.
Okay, so what he's saying is they have no weaknesses, and yet he knows they have weaknesses on theirs. And by the way, how's that kid Mozzie Smith that I told you on draft night? How's he doing? I told you that guy was a 3rd rounder, had 2 cement shoes. He's not a good football player.
I got a fun fact for you when it comes to Mozzie Smith and Nolan Smith, right? The 2 Smiths, Mozzie and Nolan. Nolan, he gets his first real action against the Miami Dolphins. Remind you, he hasn't really played any snaps like that. He gets his first real action. He gets a sack on Tua. Mozzie Smith has played double the snaps, if not more. No sacks at all. No, not even in double-digit tackles.
Well, when you move like Frankenstein, there's not too much of a chance you're going to get into the backfield and make sacks and quarterbacks in the NFL. You see the way that guy moves? You should be calling this guy like this. Look, Herman Munster. I mean, this guy moves like Herman Munster at the offense. I mean, dude, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, when you watch those guys get off the ball, you see football players in athleticism. When I watch Mozzie Smith, I swear I'm looking at a brick mason when I'm watching this guy.
He's
like
a
he's
brick
loading
mason.
Bricks like this, Tone, going with those bricks. And
hey, listen, I call Terrell Edmonds Mr. Cinderblock feet. That's Mozzie, Mr. Cinderblock feet, man.
Dude, this guy here, man, I'm honest to God, man. This guy belongs, he don't belong on a football field. He belongs on a cement truck.
Hey, listen, man, I'm telling you, I have this feeling. I mean, they're going to pay him, obviously, but do you see Michael Parsons finishing his career in Dallas?
Yeah, because Jones will not let him go anywhere else. Yeah, they're going to pay him $30 million. Yeah, but you know what? I don't see Dak finishing his career there.
I agree with that.
Okay, I think Dak goes this year in the offseason if they don't get to the NFC title game. And that money that they would have paid him, they're going to go into the draft and get a rookie, pay him on a rookie contract, or make a trade for a guy like Cousins or something like that that can hold down the fort until they can figure it out. And then what they'll do is they'll pay CD and they'll pay Parsons because they got to pay those two guys.
Depending
So
on
that's
where
what they're going to go with those two because they're homegrown guys. And quite frankly, Dak, I think they've had enough of giving him $50 million and going nowhere with it.
do you think Dak could end up on the West Coast? And what I mean is, do you think it's possible he ends up in Las Vegas? Could he end up in Vegas?
No. You know where I could see Dak? I could see Dak or Cousins in San Francisco next year.
So that implies Purdy's not going to pan out.
Well, it implies that I think that's – hey, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Was Kyle Shanahan in Washington when Cousins was there? On that coaching staff with Jay Gruden?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I believe he was. Let me double check that, but I believe he was.
And after what he did last night or 2 nights ago to them, does it make you pause at least?
Okay. He was in Washington from 2010 to 2013. Now, let me cross-reference that with Kirk Cousins' career.
He was there.
He had to be there.
Yeah.
He had to be there.
He was there. He's not been up in Minnesota since 2010. Not a chance.
Right. All right. So Kirk Cousins was in Washington from 2012 all the way to 2017. So yeah. Yep.
Okay. So Kyle Shanahan has a history with him.
Sure does. They were together for about 2 seasons.
Okay. And I'm just saying, if you don't feel comfortable, you know what I mean? Plus, remember this with Purdy. Money. You're not paying him shit.
You're not
Bring
paying him
that
nothing.
kid in, give him $25, $30 million on a Garoppolo
But
deal.
here's the thing, though. Can the Niners afford to bring in another quarterback? Can they? No, I don't mean like financially. I mean from a
you're running out of
philosophical
time,
Yeah,
dude. How many more years are you going to have a built-in roster like that where the chicken still you don't have a head yet?
But so do you think Cousins is going to settle for less than market value over there?
I think Cousins would Cousins want to go to Tennessee and make $38 million? Watch this. He's not getting $50 million.
No. I don't think he's getting 50,
I think he'll get a Garoppolo deal.
How much did Garoppolo get?
I think Garoppolo got $28 million. Be something like that.
I think Kirk could get 30 at least.
Okay, 30.
You know, I
35 million.
Yeah, like, you know, but that begs the question, you know, once you pay that though, now that roster starts to look a little different.
Yep. 2-year deal.
You know what I mean?
2-year deal. Like I'd pay him what Geno's make him.
Okay. Yeah.
And I got 2 years left with Purdy on his deal.
Man, you know, I'm curious about the Niners right now, just for the simple fact that
they're going to lose to the Bengals.
You know, and I don't think he had a concussion coming out that game. Did he get hurt in practice or something? I mean,
again, here's another case where Kyle said, did he finish that? He finish that Minnesota game?
Yeah, he did.
So he finished that Minnesota game, and they put him back in, and they didn't see the concussion symptoms on the sideline, or nobody in the league saw it. So they self-reported that after. Jesus Christ.
Adam Schefter reported it. It says here, with Brock Purdy in concussion protocol, Niners QB Sam Darnold now is in line to start Sunday versus the Bengals. Man. Yep. Oh, wait. It says, okay, I got a little bit more information here. 49ers QB Brock Purdy started showing concussion symptoms on the team's plane ride home.
Okay.
From Minnesota and is now in concussion protocol. Okay. Wow.
Is he on the long 10-day? Or is he on because
here's the thing. The league's been cracking down on these concussion protocols. And I think it's the Tua rule. And what I mean by that is, you know, they've been, for example, Sauce Gardner, right? He's been held out for 2 weeks in concussion protocol. Last year, that would have never happened.
Because it's on the grade of concussion.
Right.
Okay, here, Tone. There's 2, 3, 4 grade.
Okay.
And if you and your doctor looks at you and he thinks you're in a grade 1, that's probably going to be. Now, I don't know if the league goes by that in the amount of days, but there's grade on concussions that you get. mean, a grade 1 is nothing near. Like, here's a grade 4. I've had a grade 4. You can't do this, Tone. You can't shake your head and bright lights. You have to have, like, you know, those things that you go to sleep with and you put over your eyes.
Yeah,
You can't have
right.
any bright light because it's so sensitive to your brain that your equilibrium, you fall down.
Yeah, and
that's a grade 4.
And James Bradbury, when he was in concussion protocol, he was in protocol prior to that Thursday night game, and he didn't play against the Vikings, I don't think. And he was coming off a short week, so he couldn't clear protocol in time for the Thursday night game. The Niners played on Monday night. I don't see him clearing protocol in time for Sunday. I don't see it.
No.
Especially with the way the league has been taking concussions more seriously. So
you can bet Darnold Duck is going to be quarterback in that Niner team on Sunday. He's going to be out there, man. Hey, just real quick, we'll go quickly through these here. Davis and Cox, or Davis and Jalen Carter, right? Just really great.
Man. They've been tremendous. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. I mean, watch, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, we know what that is, right? But Jordan Davis, I'm watching him, right? And even when it's him and Fletcher Cox on the field, him and Jalen Carter on the field, him and Milton Williams, whenever he's on that field, it just seems like he's moving at a whole nother speed now.
He could,
you know what I mean? He's like, and again, remember, he was drafted to be a zero tech. They got him playing, the 3 technique now. Like he's moving up and down that thing. He's that athleticism that we saw in that combine. And I know how you feel about 40-yard dashes at combines. You don't really care about him like that.
But I want guys to live up to that athleticism, and he is.
Right, and I agree. And we're starting to see the athleticism being translated. Like, look, I got to give you this, man. Right now, as it stands right now, and again, we didn't think he was going to be a guy that really got you sacks like that. We were hoping, me and you talked about this, right? If you can get 3-4 sacks out of Jordan Davis in the season, that'd be okay. That'd be a plus, right? Right now, he's already at 2.5 sacks right now.
He's on pace for 6.5.
Right, and that's not even his game per se. You know what I mean? So
you get 6.5 sacks out of Jordan Davis in the way he plays the run, he'll be a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro kind of guy. You can make an argument for him. By the way, the other DTs, Fletcher Cox and Milton Williams, I've got to tell you something, man.
Yeah, I get those guys like bees for sure. Like,
and that's what I did too. But wouldn't you do this with Milton? Would you take a 3 for Milton Williams?
Well, he was a 3rd round pick, so I needed 2 at least.
Look at that. The guy doesn't even start on that team. And I don't know if he's ever started, maybe 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, for injury. I wouldn't be, this is where Howie's good, right? He's real good at getting ahead of your market and paying you right away.
Value.
He has. I want to find out where he is right now in his contract because, Howie's, again, he did the same thing with Josh Sweat. He's real good with getting in early, paying you. He's real good at giving you that money up front, and then that'll keep you on the roster for a little bit of time.
I think his deal's up.
So he's in the 3rd year of his 4-year deal.
Okay.
He's in a contract year next year. I wouldn't be surprised if sometime next year Howie Roseman just throws him a bag of money. I wouldn't be surprised because again, I understand you're going to be honest because think about it like this: Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, still in year 1 and year 2 of the rookie deals. Both of those guys have 5th-year options, so they have flexibility with that position. Fletcher Cox, if he wants to come back for another year, I wouldn't be surprised if Fletcher Cox. I don't see Fletcher Cox playing anywhere else. I really don't.
Unless if Fletcher comes back and takes another $5 million haircut, I would totally want him back.
Exactly. So you're so by that logic, you're still efficient in terms of the payroll at DT, and you can give Milton Williams maybe a 3-year extension, or you know what I mean? And and again, right? He's in the 3rd year of his rookie deal. Next year he'll be owed $1.35 million. But he'll be a $1.6 million cap hit. Like, it's just there's so much flexibility with this defensive line, and how he loves to invest in that position. He will invest in that position before anything else. He'll pay those guys. The Philadelphia Eagles are set up beautifully right now in terms of the defensive tackles when it comes to their payroll
and front four.
Set up beautifully.
Because of, look at here going to Sweat. I mean, I tell you, man, every time you turn a film on him, he just pops. You see how quick he is off the ball, his range of motion, the setting of the edge. You know what he really does a great job of too? He does a great job of that inside move. When he makes a step to the outside and comes back
and
in and rips
inside,
to the inside, he's really great going to his left.
It's like a Euro
and he's
step.
improved getting on the wheel and getting onto the outside of the hula hoop. He has improved because you know what I thought of him early, Tone? He was so good going to his left that going to his right, that the offensive tackle knew that that was his premier move. Well, now he's worked so hard on that outside move that now what he's doing, he's making these guys have to sit back and really be more patient with him. And that's setting up more for that inside move and this move. Check it out. That inside move and then a swim back over where he gets around the horn on him. He's really, really doing a nice job at evolving his game.
Absolutely. And for him, when it comes to his contract, he signed in 2021, he signed a 3-year, $40 million deal with $26.9 million total guaranteed. So Howie Roseman gave him basically $27 million up front. So in 2022, that's when the contract kicked in. He's in the second year of the deal currently in 2023. In 2024, that's the final year of the deal. I wouldn't be surprised if Howie Roseman gets in again and says, look, I got some money for you. His average salary right now is $13.3 million. That's a steal right now. But Josh Sweat, right now, he can easily command you maybe
20.
I'll probably say 18, 19, but yeah, especially with the way these edge rushers are getting paid now.
Probably the injury would put him in the 16 to 18 mode because people want to be safe on that and they would use it in negotiations against him. If I told you that the Will and the Mike linebacker and their names are Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow were doing B+ and B work, how thrilled are you, Howie Roseman, with the money that you didn't invest in these guys and the play you're getting out of them? I mean, I got to tell you, dude, that's probably the position that's the most shocking with the limited amount of resources. These guys are just like streetwalkers.
Yeah.
And they brought him in there. And I do think it's got a lot to do with the front four. You said something a year ago. Don't you remember what you said? You said, Sills, don't you think Nicholas Morrow potentially could be a better ball player with better players in front of him?
Yeah.
And here he is.
I just came across something that's going to be very interesting to see play out. Hear me out on this. Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat, their contract years are exactly the same. They're going to be restricted free agents both in 2025.
Well, they're going to clearly go with Sweat because Sweat's a homegrown guy. Remember, like you told me and taught me how he's loyal to the soil.
And he's younger.
And he's going to command $25-30 million. Hassan Reddick is underpaid.
Sweat is only 26. That's
crazy. The only reason that he is a 4th-round draft choice is because of that high school knee injury. That's it. Okay.
Exactly.
And there's more upside with Sweat than there is because what are we looking at now next 3 years or next 2 years with Reddick? He's 32.
Yes. By the end of he's 29 now. By the end of the contract, he will be 30. No, actually, by the end of the contract, 23, 24. Okay, so by the end of this contract, yeah, he'll be 31. He'll be 31.
Not awful.
31, 32, yeah.
Not awful. Not awful old. No. Depending on what the production is. By the way, I gave him a B, and the only reason I gave him a B is because of the injuries early on in the year so far as we're looking at the overall body of work. There's no question the last 3 weeks he's doing A work.
Right.
Okay. But I'm saying that as a 7-game sample size, it's probably in that room. Yeah. Nothing on him except just because he's had a cast on his hand.
Right. And also, again, Howie Roseman, the way he does work, he understands the player, right? And we talked about this several weeks ago. Howie truly understands the mindset of what players want. They're looking at the guaranteed dollars. What are you giving me? What are you giving me flat out? What am I putting in the bank right now? It's easy to sign a guy to a 5-year, $100 million deal, $20 million a year. But only $40 million of us guaranteed. You know what I mean? He's gonna be like, well, what the hell? What are you talking about? So Howie understands how these guys think. I wouldn't be surprised if he found a way to restructure Hassan Reddick, keep him here for maybe another year or two, and then find a way to give Sweat maybe a 3-4 year extension and keep both of those guys. Because again, you spend most of your money in this league in the trenches, you know, your skill guys like wide receiver and corner, quarterback, obviously. But when it comes to the resources on their defensive line, they have so much flexibility at D tackle. I wouldn't be surprised if they really try to allocate resources to both edge guys, Reddick and Hassan. And you still have Nolan, a young guy, so that may play a role in it as well. But I think Howie can get the deal done. It's possible.
How about this, Tone? This is playing out exactly how I thought it was going to this year with this defense.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
It was going to stumble at the beginning, and as we're getting towards week 8, you could see the progress, and you could see people getting better here.
Absolutely. We talked about this.
This is kind of exactly the way we thought this thing would play itself out. All right, real quick here. I want to do the secondary here. You know, I gave Bradbury and Slay C+. I've not been overly impressed. Now, I think that's got a lot to do with the safety play. I think there's been flash plays by the corners. I don't really think there's been consistent play like there was a year ago because of the dominance of the front seven. This front seven is clearly getting better and better with Reddick getting healthier and healthier. The linebackers are fitting in now. So I would say this to you. Am I right? Am I in the right room here? C+, maybe B- with the corners, that it just doesn't look like, you know, there's been some flash plays, but not a lot of consistent plays.
I'm actually not disagreeing with you at all. You know, as of right now, when it comes to Darius Slay in terms of PFF grades, it's really not that good. As a matter of fact, the reality is Darius Slay has a 61.3 PFF grade. He hasn't been great. He hasn't. I think a C+ is fair for Darius Slay. I mean, he had the flash play in Miami. You know, he played well there. He did play well in Miami. He ultimately played well in Miami. All those DBs did, especially limiting Tyreek Hill to what you did. He played well. But other than that, Slay has been spotty, if you ask me. You know, and again, this is no disrespect. I'm a Slay guy. I like Slay. But it's just the fact of the matter is him and Bradbury have not been as sharp as they were the year before. Is it age? We don't know. But same thing with Bradbury. He has a 65 PFF overall grade. Neither of those guys have really been playing great. You know, I also think like you brought up a good point too. Could the safety play have something to do with it?
Yes,
are they trying to cover?
There's more gaps and more space out there in the zones now when your safeties aren't in position.
Right. I think what's going to be a real true barometer. Let's see how Slay and Bradbury play now that Byard's there. I think that's going, and then Reed is coming back as well. I think that's going to be a truer barometer because, you know, we've seen great corners in terrible situations, right? And it's nothing they can do really. And also they're playing in the zone, so that doesn't really help as well. But again, overall, Slay and Bradbury, I think they've played, you know, C+ football for sure. You know?
Absolutely. Tone, we're going to roll here because we're going to get Blaine Bishop on in a couple minutes here too. So great stuff as always, my friend. Thank you very much, Tone.
Appreciate you, sir, as always.
You got it. That is Tone, our segment with him each and every single day starting at 3:30. Don't forget our great friends at Hooters, Northeast Hooters, all the way from Rhode Island, all the way down through Jersey, down through King of Prussia. We love all of them. Go to northeasthooters.com to find a location nearest you celebrating the 40th anniversary with the iconic Hooter girls. Go in. You'll have yourself a great time. If you want to just go in and get the food, use the app, hooterstogo.com. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, $19.83, all you can eat. The great specials they have, northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. And when you go into any one of the facilities, do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills! Appreciate you guys coming aboard. Thank you very much. I'll say this to you here. I just don't get why in the world would the Eagles come out and tell the media that Hurts has been dealing with a significant knee injury when he's not listed on the injury report? What's the point? It's your coach talking too much again. He doesn't owe us anything. Nick Serianni. It's like amateur hour. Be quiet. Hey, Nick, shut your mouth. Stop opening your mouth. You're putting your foot in your mouth on a daily basis when you're talking about an injury that no one knows what you're talking about except Jalen Hurts and the head coach. Are you making it up? Because if you're not listing him as an injured player, why are you addressing it? This is the dumbest shit I've heard yet by this coach. This is a nothing burger here. Why are you doing this? What is the absolute point of you pointing out something that why? Because John McMullen asked you a question? You feel you owe him an answer? You don't owe John shit. What is your problem? Dude, please act like a head coach. Feed him shit. Hell, you control the narrative in Philadelphia constantly with what people say on the air. I've had hosts tell me over the years how many times the Eagles call up program directors and market managers and head of sales because they don't like what some certain host is saying on the air about a player or about a respected general manager. And yet you feel you have to come out and say something that no one knows what you're talking about. What's the point? What's the end game? He's not listed, but the entire press conference today was about Hurts' health. How stupid. Self-inflicted. It's like the Eagles made their own story up today. Instead of saying, I have no information on that, I don't know what you're talking about. They felt they had to address it. And then yet they didn't address it in their injury report. Okay, well, which is it? Which is it? How stupid is a Nick Serianni and the Eagle management and front office for doing this? This is dumb. This is a dumb move. You're dumb. Well, watch this. You spend the entire morning as the head coach and quarterback dealing and addressing it. The injury list comes out, and he's nowhere to be seen on it. And you spent the whole morning addressing it. You're either lying or you're full of shit. Which is it, Nick? Holy cow. Another example of what I talk about with your training wheels coaching staff and your training wheels head coach or your cheerleader head coach. What a cheerleader. Yeah, Jalen's dealing with a significant knee injury. Is he? Oh, okay. Damn. Oh, he's not on the injury list. Are you calling me a liar? Yeah, I am. NFL is banging the Atlanta Falcons over the head for a guy who was talking about having cramps on Saturday. Shut up. Jesus criminy. How dumb are you, honestly, to tell somebody something that's behind the scenes that you don't have to tell anybody? What's next? You going to give them your play sheet? How stupid is your coach? You can't be any dumber. To sit there and offer shit up that you don't need to. You're not obligated to. There's no set rule you have to. But he does it anyway. What a dummy. Can't be any dumber. There's nothing smart about that. There's absolutely, what is smart about that, you think? What is smart about that? Nick was faking the press out? What's the end game to that? What's the end game to that? Faking the press out. What the hell does the press have to do with Sunday? Your coach is dumb. Many times a week. Apologies on Wednesday about the shitty play calling. Offering up player injury information that you don't have to. How much more stupider can you get? Honestly, I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Why do you feel the need to talk so much? Do you really have to be part of this? Why do you have to talk so much? Defending coordinators and all this other shit. Bro, man, come on. Hey, Sil, sometimes I look at the live chat and say to myself, man, I love these psychos. Oh, I know. I look at these guys here and you know what they do? They're just hey, and you should defend your guy. You should defend your guy. He's just stupid. You know that's stupid. I don't give a shit what you think. It's stupid. Here, watch this. So far this year, your guy. Yeah, man, that was my call on fourth down. Nick Serianni for president, 6-1. How you doing? Oh, 6-1. Nothing. Yeah, I mean, let's see. He was talking about the third down play. He apologized for that. The play calling and the play ratio. And that was my call. What else was it? Now he's offering injury information on players and intel and inside information on players' injuries when you don't have to. I mean, holy cow, man. Does this guy work for the Russians? Hey, you want to know what Russian spies is? It's hard to say that because he's a paisan. Holy shit, this guy gives more inside information out than that guy that worked at Bear Stearns. I mean, Martha Stewart went to jail for this. I mean, honestly, hey, who would have ever thought, though, Martha Stewart's actually done more time than Snoop Dogg? Hey, I'm just saying. You know, hey, Tone, just saying, right? I'm just saying, who would have thought Martha Stewart has done more time than Snoop Dogg? Holy cow, man. Hey, I gotta tell you, I couldn't wait for this next friend of mine to come aboard with us, man. I mean, you know what, man? The last couple of weeks, I've been getting a lot of my friends on The Rock and Boomer Esiason and all these guys. But this guy here, man, is totally every single time. And how many times have we seen each other at the Army-Navy game in either Baltimore and Philadelphia? He's a 4-time Pro Bowler and one of the best hitters in the National Football League. Works in broadcasting in Tennessee there and part of the broadcast team there for the Titans. Does a fabulous show, and he is really absolutely on his point when he talks about football and also this Titans team. It is our friend Blaine Bishop. Blaine, how you doing, friend?
What's going on there, man? I'm sure everything's going well. It's alumni weekend, so, you know, I was a Houston Oiler, Tennessee Oiler, and a Tennessee Titan, let alone I finished my career as an Eagle. So, yeah, man, so this alumni weekend, so in spirit of alumni weekend starting up here on Friday, man, I'm wearing my Oiler. Derek, I get to see some of my former teammates and some guys maybe that played in the 70s, 80s that we all looked up, up to, and whether it be Dan Pastorini or whoever it may be, Winfro or Mike Renfro. There's a number of people coming. I think 150 guys are coming this weekend.
Look at that uniform, man. God dang, I love that gear, man.
Yeah.
See, I think they should have did this because they're playing the Texans. I think the Texans should have wore the white gear. And you guys wear the blue so that you could have made it all. And I know the Texans have, but they're still, it's Houston. It could have been a really cool scenario there where, you know what? That's truly one of the most famous uniforms in pro football. To me, you know what it reminds me of? Like the Expos. The Expos logo is one of my favorite Expos, one of my favorite baseball logos of all time. But this Oiler one is truly one of my favorites.
Behind that Tampa Bay one you got right there, that's number one, the sickle. They number one. I don't know, there's probably a fight for, Oilers and a couple of other ones. The Eagles was nice, but man, they're definitely in the top 5. But man, that orange sickle there, that's number
Leroy
one.
gave me that. Leroy Selman gave me that. He's one of my best friends of all time, and I just love him. I want to get into, before I get into the trade that the Eagles and Titans made, are you shocked what you're seeing with A.J. Brown and how he's elevating his game to where it is right now? Look at you laughing already. I said this, hey, Blaine, there must have been a disconnect there on how to not utilize this guy, because this dude right now, I mean, it's like watching T.O.
Yeah. No. He, and I told you when he got traded, he was the number one receiver. And the reason why the Titans, I think, didn't go down the road to pay him, they didn't throw the ball enough. He would only have like 5 or 6 targets a game because they were a run-based offense. So they go, well, we can't pay someone $25 million, only giving them the ball 5-6 times a game on average. So, it just didn't make sense to them, even though he was an elite player. And when he touched the ball those 5 or 6 times, he did damage. He did work. So imagine now he's getting double that production. To me, he is every bit of what I thought he'd be. To now, you have to say he's somewhat in part of the MVP conversation to a certain extent. He's one of the better wide receivers in the National Football League. I thought he's a top 10 receiver, but man, he's proven that he is for sure in the running one of the top 5, top 3 receivers in the National Football League. And that part is a little surprising, but I think as you continue to elevate in the passing game, your confidence go to this whole nother level where you feel like you're invincible and unstoppable. I think that's when I watch him. That's where I see where he's at. I think he had that mentality already, but now he's getting the numbers to back it up, and it's only feeding into that. And you know about that, being a former athlete yourself. You kind of feed on that, and then that kind of empowers you to be this, superhero type player, and that's what he looks like. Wow.
Tell me who Kevin Byard is, and were you shocked that they dealt him? Does he have a lot left in the tank? He's never missed a game in his career, which is insane great. In your opinion, how much of an impact does he make on that Eagle defense? And does he have something to offer still?
All right, let's first give it a background on him. He was a 3rd-round pick from Middle Tennessee, and a lot of people hadn't heard about him. But he was kind of old school in that he knew the history of the game. He was talking to me about the history of the game when we first got him here with the Titans. And I said, oh, this guy's going to be sharp, because you could tell he would study film. He knew history of the game. And so with all that being said, he kind of gradually, went through the process, getting to year 3, 4, 5. He became one of the, better safeties in the league, if not, top 3 safeties in the league, because he was good at every level. He could play in the run front. He could play slot. He definitely was a ball hawk guy. And he was that in college. He was a ball hawk guy. I think he finished his career in college with 19 interceptions. I think that his claim to fame is he got 2 interceptions versus Alabama. So that kind of put him on the map. So, and he's continued that and grown, and man, off the field, class act pro, on the field a pro, team guy. But does he still have a lot left? I believe he has a lot left. I really believe. I think he's kind of plateaued now where he's a really, really good player. Probably not all pro, but maybe Pro Bowl potential still. But, naturally, when you get up in age, he processes information so fast now. He is still a great player, and he's going to be a joy to have once he gets comfortable in the scheme and the system, man. I'm happy for him because I think he's the greatest Titan safety in their history. He definitely is going to be a Titan legend. But
wow.
And I think he deserved to be with a winning team who has a shot now. He's probably got a 3-year window where he's going to still be pretty good. And I think he's that good. He's just a
the greatest safety in Titans history. That's
with the Titans,
quite a compliment from you.
Yeah. I think he's that guy. He's that dude. And once he gets around that kind of pressure that y'all can put on the football, the front 4 and front 5 guys, man, he is special when it comes to ball hawk. I would put him not quite there yet, but some of the great ball hawks in our era with Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu. He's kind of that kind of player, but in a different manner. He's very systematic within the scheme of the game and studying the game and of his opponents, and then he takes his calculated risk right then within the scheme of the defense, man. And I think it's a great addition by Philly. You could tell they're going. Naturally, everybody thinks they're going to be a front runner in the NFC for the Super Bowl, but I think this is probably the final piece that gets them over the top.
Will Derrick Henry be a Titan by next Tuesday at 4:00?
Wow, that's interesting. We just talked about this on my show. It's a tough one. I just don't know if anybody's going to give enough for a running back, and he still got it. By the way, I don't know what people are reporting. He may have lost a half a step, maybe, but he's gotten better in areas where he was a little weak. Where with a guy that's tall and big like him, sharp, quick movements. He's gotten really well with that when they get in the backfield because they've been in the backfield a lot because their offensive line hasn't played very well. Will he be back? I would probably give it a 50-50 shot. I think they need to start selling pieces and realizing that, this season's probably over. I just think Vrabel's a guy, I don't think he wants to admit that it's over. I think he's going to keep fighting. So that's why I give it 50-50. I think he should be somewhere, but I just don't know if anybody's going to give more than a 5th-round pick for, a 30-year-old, running back at this point in time. It's hard. Maybe somebody, but they may want more. His contract is over after this season, so Dan, they got to do something unless you're just going to let him walk.
I'm going to throw a scenario at you here. And if they're waving the white flag already and they're not even at the halfway point, I saw something this past weekend, and let me expand on it a little bit and get your reaction on it. So I don't know if I've ever seen an active NFL head coach sitting in a box locally, nationally on TV with Bob Kraft. And I know they were honoring him going into the Ring of Honor. And I'm sitting there thinking, do you think that the Titans, because they're going to be looking for as many draft choices as they can get, would they trade Mike Vrabel to the New England Patriots to become the next head football coach? Because to me, I think he is the next head football coach in New England, and everyone knows what Kraft thinks of him. Another defensive-minded guy, maybe Bill goes upstairs. Could it possibly be? And again, I love conspiracy, Blaine.
Yeah, you speculate.
But could this be something that the Titans have already, maybe? Because, that was a really weird scene, seeing an active NFL head coach sitting up there. What are they talking about? The good old days? I'm just curious what you thought about all that, and maybe my take here on that.
Well, I viewed it as, we see Vrabel now today as a head coach, but he was being honored for what he did as a player. So to me, that was more so him speaking on and everything else about him as a player from when he's speaking, not as an actual head coach. But to your question and speculation, possibly. I don't think this year immediately. We just found out that Bill Belichick, it doesn't matter. They have so much money anyway. Just sign an extension. But I just don't know if they're going to give up, a first and a third round pick. I wouldn't put anything off how I would operate if I was an owner. So I would say, I think they'd be open to a number of things if they think it can make them a better team.
Will DeAndre Hopkins be a Tennessee Titan by 4:00 next Tuesday?
Well, I think Henry, Hoppy, and I would say Nico Autry as well. He's a veteran who's playing well, but his contract is expiring as well. No one's mentioning him, but I think he could be a huge piece to a puzzle to a team. I think they're all up for trade bait, and if somebody gives them enough, all those guys, I think they will be gone. I just don't know if they'll give them enough. I think I just don't know if they'll give them enough. Maybe one of those guys will be gone, but I don't think all of them be gone.
Would you throw Tannehill into that conversation too, potentially next Tuesday?
I would, but he's injured, and that's why I won't. But if he gets healthy, he has to be at the top of it. He's a quarterback. So these are all the things that I said this offseason that they should have turned the page and go through the rebuild. They never wanted to say it, and they didn't do it, and they tried to play middle of the road. I got to give them credit, and it just didn't work out with some guys getting injured and some guys not panning out. Andre Dillard, the offensive tackle, leading the way, very athletic and good guy, but he just didn't get it done. He was with Philly before that. So
Andre Dillard has failed in Tennessee?
Yes, he announced today yesterday that MPF Petit Ferrer will be the starting left tackle after rotating him in last week in London.
So he lost Andre Dillard lost his starting job today. Wow.
When they started practicing yesterday, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, man. Okay. Hey, I've got to ask you a question now I have arguments, and we're based in Philly, and I got to tell you, I don't believe. Now, Hurts is hurt again right now, like he's been the last 2 years. He's injured a little bit. His knee. They addressed it. The coach and the player addressed it today, that he's going through a significant knee injury, even though, get this. Hey, Blaine, I want to show you this, how idiotic this coach is. They didn't list him as injured, yet the press conference this morning was all about the coach talking about a significant injury, and they asked him if he thought he'd be ready to go. He goes, we'll know more this afternoon, and we're trending that way. And I'm like this. Well, you didn't list him on the Wednesday pre-injury list for Thursday, and Hurts even addressed it. This coach goes out today and he throws out information that the player's going through a significant injury, and get this, they don't even list them. Why go forward and even say that if you didn't have to tell anybody that because you didn't post it?
Yeah, that one there, man, is but I don't know if the NFL. I think they have rules that you have to report an injury if you don't
Get this. Well, here's the rule. Here's the rule on participation.
Yeah.
If you are in practice and you go through all the drills and went through all the participation, now whatever that is, you know how they hide players that are injured. Blaine, what they'll do is they'll move a drill around. They won't have you in as many. They'll give reps to the backup quarterback more so they can hide your injury through the rules. And so as long as you go through the entire hour and a half practice, you were full participation, even though potentially you didn't go through all of it. They hid you on, you know, how it's easy to get around that rule if you know how the rule works. So this coach today was just going through this whole thing. Hey, yeah, you know, he's dealing with a significant, you know, issue. And it was so vague. It was the weirdest thing. And then I waited for the injury list. He's not on it. And I'm like, why would you address it?
Dang. Oh, I don't know, man. That sounds like that's a finable offense. I don't know the rule, but that, I mean, because, you know, we used to look at all the injury reports of players, so you want to know who you're facing. So, yeah, is he going to play?
They're saying it's trending that way.
Oh.
Hey, that's what I went like this. Oh, is he playing or not? He's not on any list. They're like this. Well, he's trending that way. And I'm like, well, okay. What the hell was I was like this. I was like, hey, this guy Serianni, man, he needs to be a CPA or a librarian or something. Bro. I was like, I've never seen anything like it where a guy why would you say shit? This is why I like Belichick. Hey, I'm a coach. You want to talk to the doctors? Talk to the doctors.
Right.
I don't know shit about anything. Talk to those guys. I'm the coach. I totally love that. Do you think you can win a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts' style of play?
Whew. You know what? I probably was more on the other side of that won't happen probably a couple years ago. Because the way the league is and how, you know, running quarterbacks, and then the history tells you most running quarterbacks, I can't remember the last one that have won a Super Bowl. They were mostly all pocket passes. They may maneuver in the pocket. We can go like Russell Wilson or somebody like that. But they weren't runners. So before I would say that could never happen. But I think eventually it will happen. Now, if I was constructing my team, I want my quarterback to have some mobility, but I don't want him to be a running quarterback. And I think Lamar Jackson and Hurts are becoming better passers as they continue to grow. That's what I said about Hurts a couple years ago, and I thought he'd be really good because of his mental capacity to take in information and to continue to improve every year that I've watched him play football. And if you listen to him, he's just an internally motivated, unrattled person. And those guys have a lot of success because that's how you have to be, whether you're dealing with the media, where you're making a mistake or not on the football field. You have to be a leader. There's so many components to it when you're the National Football League. Maybe that got his opportunity, but he continued to grow as a passer, even from college to pro. And so I think eventually him and Lamar are kind of somewhat the same. We played the Ravens in London, the Titans. And he's getting a lot better, staying in the pocket, going through his progression reads, and running when needed. And they'll still put a run in there or two for him. I like it. So I think eventually they will.
Here's why I think, and I'm with you. The problem that you have with these dual threat guys like those two players is that you don't, and I don't believe you're going to have the time to develop them into the passers that they're going to need to be to win Super Bowls, because I don't think there's high ceilings on those guys because of the fact that, you know, you take so much of a pounding. I mean, you take a pounding. Jalen Hurts is on pace to have almost like 200 carries and 600 throws.
Whoa.
I mean, last year he would have had 200 carries. And so, you know, that number may be down a little bit more because they want him to throw the ball more. So maybe around 160, 170 carries this year for your dual threat guy. You put that over a 10-year period. You think you're going to have a guy run the ball 1,100 times and he's going to last in this league? You're out of your mind. Running backs, get this. Blaine, running backs don't last longer than 7 years with 1,100 yards in 10 years. Why would he?
Yeah, well, and that's where that college style RPO stuff. And I think what's happens once these quarterbacks get the money, then they start saying, okay, we're going to not run them as much. So have they run him as much this year, Hurts? We played Lamar. He seemed to be more in the pocket. They still had a couple runs for him, but nothing like the years past. So you can tell they're kind of easing into this. We're going to let this maturation process. He's sitting in the pocket. He's showing he's standing tall. He's not panicking. He's going through his progression reads. Hurts, I haven't watched closely, but he was kind of doing that last year. But if they call a run, I think he just takes it and runs.
Gotcha, man. Hey, Blaine, how are things going broadcasting, my friend? I mean, I know you're killing it. You're a Tennessee legend, man. And what a fun weekend with the Oiler gear and all that stuff, man. I'm going to be checking that thing out, man, because I want to see that lid. Once again, my boy Alonzo Highsmith wore that thing, man.
Oh,
man.
He
loved that thing.
He used to be around when I first got into the league because I think that might have been his last year, but he had tore his ACL. So I got to see him around, and, he's a GM, and, now he's, director of recruiting. Is he at the U now? Where is he at now?
He's at the U.
Yeah. I keep in touch with him. I usually talk a couple times a year, man. Fascinating athlete, man. You go back and watch him, man. He was an incredible athlete. Good Lord. Man, I'm glad he wasn't around when I was playing. He would have been a tough cookie to get.
Before he had that injury. And right now I'm being told that, okay, so he's averaging 10 carries a game in 2023. So that if he stays and goes 17, that's 170 carries this year.
They got to cut that in half, man. They got to cut it in half. Because you got to know he's going to scramble and run when he gets pressure at times.
170 carries?
That's a lot, man. He's not going to make it. He won't make it. I know he's well built and all that, but he's not gonna make it. Hey, the NFL is not for long, and if you keep giving your quarterback that kind of many carries, you're in trouble. You will be out the league.
My friend, I love you. Thank you so much, Blaine.
Appreciate it anytime, Dan, man.
Man. Oh my goodness, man. I love Blaine Bishop. What an absolutely special man he is. We love the guy. Part of the history of the Tennessee Titans and the Houston Oilers. That should be a lot of fun. All right, do me a favor. Hit the like button. We'll kind of expand on what he said a little bit there. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills. If you're the Giants, do you deal Saquon Barkley by next Tuesday? You're sitting at 2-5. Not going anywhere. You don't want the player. Why keep the player? Stop bullshitting each other. He doesn't really want to play there. The reason he plays is because of who he is and how he is as a man. Hard for him to kind of tank anything. So he goes out there and puts a company face on. Why don't you just clean the slate here and move on? Even when you gave him that somewhat idiotic deal, why wouldn't you at least just be honest with both yourself and the player? And get this, I hear people saying this, Barkley's the only guy that gives you a chance to win. Win what? Win what? Win what? What? 4 games? 5 games? What does Saquon Barkley bring to the Giants? Credibility? Is that what you're selling? Because you have none after the way you dealt with him this offseason. You thought it was more important to give that quarterback who did not deserve $46 million or $40 million, more so than to give that guy a $7 million raise when you knew your team was built around that guy. And what they didn't want to do was fall into the line of being the Titans, where they were paying their back instead of their quarterback. I mean, at the end of the day, dude, what's the point? Why have him on your team? What? Because why? You can win 5 games and then deal him in the offseason, get his value, wear his treads down more? I'll tell you this. The more you play that guy, the less value he has at the end of the year. Giants know if they lose Saquon, they lose they haven't been relevant in 10 years, Tone. They haven't been relevant. You're not relevant with him or without him. You're not relevant. The only reason the Giants are on TV sometimes is because they are in New York, not because they're good. I mean, the Giants are fool's gold. We tell you this, man. Brian Daboll, as good as he coached a year ago, he looks terrible. What was the Darren Waller move about? So let me get this right. You got the highest paid tight end in the NFL on your roster, who you can't get the ball to because your shitty quarterback stinks. And your running back, you hijacked him in the offseason in negotiations, and you've played mind games with him the entire year, and you didn't address anything on defense, really. Where in the world do you think you were going? I'll tell you, look at the NFC East right now and the incompetence that you have in how the teams are being run. You're right. Get this. Howie really doesn't have to do much. It's like being in the village of idiots and you're the smartest guy on the planet. You don't really have to be super smart in the East. You just have to be competent. Hey, I hear you, and I'm with you. But I'm being that there gives them some level of star power. They suck and have sucked for years, but Saquon does give their fans a reason to pay for tickets. Jesus criminy. Everything he just said there had nothing to do with football. You're talking to me about the business side of it now? Not even at week 8? Tony, you're not wrong. But you're talking to me about business in week 8. Shit. The Eagles are dealing with football issues. The Giants are dealing with ticket issues. Think of that for a minute. That's where the Giants are. They're dealing with ticket issues. Who comes to the games? Who would go to that anyway? What was it, 14-7 Commander win? Yeah, I'm ready to sign up for that and spend $372 to go to a game to see that shit product. They know damn well they can't market Daniel. Think about that. So, to what Tone said, you have to market a player you don't really want on your team, and the guy you're paying isn't. Hey, how about this? This is sometimes why Jalen falls into this category. Okay? Jalen's not the best player on this team, but he's the highest paid player. Joe Burrow's the best player on the Bengals. Josh Allen's the best player in Buffalo. Okay? And that's why you got such shit going on in San Francisco. The best player on the team, I'm assuming, is Nick Bosa. He's a defensive guy. He makes more money than the starting quarterback and the backup quarterback and the starting quarterback combined. You know, Nick Bosa makes more money than every quarterback in San Francisco combined. You know you ain't got one then. Okay? LJ said, what now last week, Brock Purdy, Montana? Yeah, I know, dude. Beat Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson knocked your doors off because of your high school coach apologizing for his play calling against Robert Saleh and his tremendous coaching staff and wonderful all-pro quarterback. Wait, did Aaron Rodgers beat you or did Zach? Wait a minute. You guys beat Aaron Rodgers last year and Zach Wilson beat you this year? You might want to address that. Hey, no disrespect, but you might want to address that. You beat Aaron Rodgers last year, and this year Zach Wilson beat you. I don't know. A 4-time Pro Bowler, you all MVP. You beat, and Zach Wilson, the MILF Hunter, beat you. There you go, baby. Absolutely. Yeah, hey, I like what he said about Kevin Byard coming over to, get this, he said he's the greatest safety in Titans history, and he still has something left in the tank. I don't know how much more encouraged you can be about that. Okay? Okay? I don't know how much more you could be encouraged by that. You know? I just don't. Yeah. What's Scott say? Why do you lie so much? No. It's a lie to you. Because that you like lies. You love lies. Because you know it's the truth. It's okay, Scotty boy. Big Seals is here to tell you the truth. Your boy's on pace for 170 carries if he happens to play 17 games. And your head coach today, which is not a lie, addressed an injury that is somewhat significant. If you're talking about a coach talking like your quarterback's questionable for the game on Sunday. Go listen to the interview. I did, and so did Tone. Go listen to it. And then you come back and tell me. Because I heard him say it. And then I heard Hurts address it. You can sit here all you want and listen to whatever you want it to sound like. It's okay. Here, I'm paraphrasing this. Nick, Jalen Hurts' injury. Yeah, he's working through something significant right now. And, he's working through it. And we'll know more later today. Was he going to play? We're trending that way. Okay. Since when? It's exactly what he said. Senor says, get over it, Sills. Oh, no. Get over it? Dual threat! No, there's not a high ceiling here. You need to get this done now. You got 3 years of great ball with Hurts. You better get that done. Every year, the guy has now been dealing with some significant injury, whether it's the shoulder. What was it? The 21 year was his ankle. Now we have a knee. Every year, the guy's been, I'm not going to say hurt, banged up. And they'll go in here. Hasn't every quarterback? Every quarterback doesn't lean on running and throwing like he does. And hey, the guy in Baltimore, this is a conversation that goes on in Baltimore. It's not isolated to you. I know some of you think that this is just a pick on Hurts. It's not. It's a pick on style. Scott goes, what's the injury? I don't know. The coach brought it up. Or actually a question was asked, and then he went into explaining what the player's going through, and then the player explained it as well. So it's really it didn't need to be addressed, actually. But the coach and the player were asked questions, so they addressed it. And now there's more questions today than there was prior to the interviews this morning. The coaching staff got him hurt. Listen to the media trying to turn it into a pocket quarterback. They really destroyed his game. I wouldn't say that, but again, one thing is for sure, Death Row, okay, he's throwing more from the pocket. And if you don't have good pass protection, and get this, your running backs are terrible in pass protection. Are they not in blitz pickup? Take a look at the grades for your running backs. Do you know why you need a running back on your team? What's the number one reason that you think you need a running back on your team? How about a guy who can pass protect? You ain't got one on that team. How about somebody that can pick up a blitz? Do you know that the offensive line is getting downgraded in pass protection because your shitty running backs can't pass protect, and it's internal pressure getting home to Hurts or hits on the quarterback? Dude, I look at hits on the quarterback like sacks. You hit the quarterback and you continue to hit the quarterback, he's going to break. The shittiest running backs in pro football and pass protection have to be in Philly. It's downgrading your pass probe. Your quarterback has been sacked more and hit more, and he has more turnovers. You don't think there's anything significant to that? Really? You don't think that maybe to his – why? How about this? Let's just compromise. Him being banged up hasn't resulted from what I just said. Higher volume of passes, and to what Tone said too, and what he's right on, those long developing passes down the field. That's why he's holding the ball. He's the second quarterback in the National Football League on holding the ball the longest. That's why he's going down more. Somebody brings up 6-1. 6-1 won't matter if that guy can't play ball games. Yeah. Pretend all you want. I told you, this is not a long run here with him. It's the style of play, not the player. Is Hurts smarter than the 99? How about this? Is he smarter than Vic? Absolutely. Is he more prepared than Vic? Absolutely. Is he the athlete Vic is? Never. Does he have a bigger arm than Vic? Never. Is he more accurate than Vic? Yeah. All in all, Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback than Michael Vick. Vic didn't do shit in the league except dazzle you. 6-1, 23-2. That's just frosting. That's frosting. 23-2, 6-1 is frosting. Michael Vick, he dazzled you. He didn't really win. The Green Bay playoff game was great. It led to nothing. He dazzled us. Certain players in the league dazzle us. You look at him and you go, man, Bo Jackson's style of play, the way he tried to run for contact, cost him. Cost him his career in the Hall of Fame. You know, he's probably one of the greatest players in the history of pro football and one of the greatest baseball players. He's not in either Hall of Fame. Why? Because the style of way he played. Bo Jackson, there's not a running back in today's NFL that's better than Bo. Not even Derrick Henry. Bo Jackson was better than Adrian Peterson. But because the way he played wasn't going to be for long. Some guys are style of play like Bob Sanders. Phenomenal safety. Hall of Fame type talent. Never get there. Because he was always hurt, the style of play he had. So let me get this. So let me guess. They're going to play Tyler McKee this Sunday because I don't want to see Mariota out there. I don't have a problem with Marcus Mariota. I don't have a problem with Marcus Mariota. Okay? I don't have a problem with him as my backup quarterback. I think he can go out there and be very functional. And get this, maybe that if it happens to get there, if it does, I'm not saying it does, but if it does, maybe that gets them back to their roots where they run the ball 48 times. You run the ball 48 times against the Washington Commanders, you'll beat them. You start throwing the ball around the yard again, you'll lose again. Jalen has run a lot less this year. Well, according to what Tone just said, he's averaging 10 carries this year. Last year, he averaged 11 a game. How's he any less of what he did a year ago? Now, maybe some of those runs are more escaping the pocket because some of those don't look like designed runs. Some of those look like this guy's running for his life back there. Okay? Just saying. I think he's got like 14 less carries. 15 less carries than he did a year ago. We're going to look at week 8 of the NFL. I think there's some significant games on this schedule here, too. We're going to reset a little bit of what we said. Power Hour coming up. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I know the national media comes here and looks for some type of reporting that I do. Tone, you should see on my Twitter page. It's being reported by Dan Sileo that the Eagles are expressing interest in Jalen Johnson. I never at any time said that. I said these are guys that teams have put out and teams have been calling other teams on potential interest. I said I think it'd be a great look for Howie to look at Jalen Johnson. Take a look at that, Tone. I mean, I have a list of 10 guys that I think are going to be moved by the trading deadline. By the way, I'm not a reporter. Don't ever insult me like that. I would never want to be a journalist. Those guys are scumbags. I have no interest in that. I'm a talker, man. I'm not a journalist because those guys, most of them, there's some good ones out there, I won't lie. Some are my friends too. But most of them, they try telling you that they hide behind that journalistic tag, and they're not. Because they have, if you have an opinion and you call yourself a journalist, you're not a journalist. You're an op-ed guy. Jeez, at least I went to school for journalism. I know the difference at least. I don't charade as one. I would never tell you that I'm a journalist. You crazy? I don't want to be. I'm an opinionist. I have an opinion. Journalists pretend. Journalists are supposed to give you both sides of the story without putting themselves in the story and reporting on the story. But what you get is an opinion by the columnist today to get clicks. And anytime you put yourself in a story, you're no longer a journalist. That's journalism. And most of you don't know what journalism is. You just think you do. Okay? A dude that has an opinion, that writes a column, is an op-ed guy. That's a different category of journalism. But when you call yourself an actual hardcore journalist, those are people like Walter Cronkite. And the only time Cronkite ever came out of being that is when he made a reference, I don't believe that the Vietnam War is winnable. Then he became an opinionist. Dan Rather's not a journalist. He thinks he is. If you hate Trump or you hate Biden, you're not a journalist. That's journalism, because you got to cover both fairly. But you can't, because today no one wants fluff media. Here, I didn't mean to give you a lesson in journalism, but no one cares about somebody straddling a fence any longer. They want an opinion. Journalism. I haven't been a journalist since I left college. And I wrote for foxsports.com. Google it. I thought it was the dumbest job I ever had. It was like, really? Not for me. I had to write a column for foxsports.com. And I said, I'm out. Then they said, why don't you write your opinion? I went, okay. It's okay. They changed I went, all right, I'll do it. Okay, I'm going to look at week 7 of the NFL. I want to reset something here. The story of the day has clearly been, hey, and get this. Journalism is dead, has been for a while. Absolutely. You know when it died, Q? Journalism died after Watergate. Once Watergate happened, journalism died. Because then everyone wanted to get to the story first. Being first is more important than being right. Today, it's even more to the point. Nobody cares that if the Duke lacrosse guys were innocent at the end. They just cared they reported a story about someone raping someone. And it turned out that the district attorney lied like hell. And no one cared about those kids at Duke and the lives they ruined. And nobody apologized to those guys. And those guys were completely innocent. They weren't even part of it. They stopped the program. That's a fact. Just move on to the next thing. That's not journalism. I hate to tell you, that's not journalism. Rushing to judgment is not journalism. That's why I would never want to be one of those tools. Okay? Crazy. You got to love this here before we move on here and reset everything here. And by the way, the story of the day is Hurts' infamous injury. So the Jets are raising their tickets, every ticket, as an average of 10%. What's the average ticket price for a Jets game now? Hey, what'd you think Woody Johnson was going to pay for Aaron Rodgers, even though Aaron Rodgers gave him back $34 million? He gave him back $34 million of his salary. What does the owner do? He raises ticket prices. How much is an average New York Jets ticket price?
According to SeatGeek, ticket prices for New York Jets.
Average price is $215. $215. With an average price. The season, the lowest price for Jets tickets is approximately $52 with an average price of $215. So this guy on a 75,000 seat stadium is going to raise your tickets basically $10 across the board. Okay? Like 25 bucks. Is it like $25 maybe? Who do you think was paying for Aaron Rodgers? What a shitty thing to do to fans. What a shitty thing to do to fans. You raise your ticket prices on the shittiest product or a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in almost 15 years, 13 years. I mean, but this goes across the board here. By the way, if the Eagles raise ticket prices on me 10%, I don't have a problem with it. You know why? They build a winner every year. And if I have to be a part of the process on helping build the team each year, and I feel like I'm that way and I don't have a problem with it, $10 or $15, whatever it is, I would say this: I'm all right. You shouldn't have a problem paying extra money when you're a Philly and you're around teams that win all the time. I wouldn't have a problem with it. If he raised the ticket prices $10, I wouldn't have a problem with it in Philly. You know why? Every time I show up, I'm going to I show up to the same restaurants all the time. You know why? Whether they raise the ticket prices on the meals or not, or whether they raise the prices on the meals, I go back. You know why? I feel they give me a great product. It's a great environment. I have fun. It puts me in a comfort zone, and it puts me in a feel-good zone. So if I have all those things that put me in a feel-good zone and I got to pay an extra $50, I don't care. I'll do it. I'm surely not going to pay for something that sucks 25% more. I'm just not going to do it. See, like you Sixer fans, when are you going to stop going to the shitty restaurant? When are you going to stop going to the shitty restaurant? See, Sixer fans are ridiculous. You're ridiculous. It's the same drama. You got more of it now. And Ben Simmons, you know what? You look at Ben Simmons, he's total tool bag. James Harden's just as much. It's just different. And you know what's crazy? You can't get rid of Harden. You could at least get rid of Simmons. This is crazy. That whole Sixer thing has to be one of the biggest jokes on. I mean, look, the NBA season started, and when the NBA season started and people were talking to me about 76er basketball, I went, God, another drama-filled season with no winning. But we have an MVP. So what? It's like having Kevin Love in Minneapolis. Well, Kevin Love scored 25 and 14. Yeah, in Minneapolis. So? You spend ticket money on product that performs for you and produces for you. I mean, would have no problem with the Eagles doing that. They're in the playoffs every year. They put a great product out every year. You know what? I'll give you this. That's what 23-2 does. It makes me feel good about season ticket prices being raised because I'm okay with that. That's what 23-2 does for me, or 6-1. The money I spend, $300 on the ticket, guess what? I'm all right with that. Okay? The Jets raising ticket prices like they're the Eagles or the Chiefs, kicking the NFL fans in the face once again because that's what owners do. Hey, how about them PSLs? Some of these places make you – how about what they end up making you do sometimes, right? You got to love it, what they make you do sometimes. Let me buy a PSL to stand in line for potentially me getting a non-refundable money back so that I could get season tickets on either a 10-game package or 8-game package. Oh, by the way, I have to pay for those 3 shitty preseason games too. What? Talk about double dipping and triple dipping. That's what the league does. See, those ticket prices, it bugs me when you have organizations who don't really look out for the best interest of their fans. That's what bugs me about ticket prices. That's why I sit home. All right. We're going to look at week 8 of the NFL here in a minute, but I got to tell you, the story of the day is Ben Hurts' injury. I can't wait to see tomorrow because nobody in Philly's media is going to let up on this. I wonder what the headline is right now in the Inquirer, or if the Eagles got to them already. Not listed on the injury list, but I wonder if in the Inquirer, the front page of the Inquirer, let me take a look at that. Philadelphia Inquirer. Let's take a look at this and see if it's on the front page or if the Eagles got to them. No, it's about that shitty game last night and complete nuclear meltdown. Let's see. Interesting. They had a full day today to address it, and they did. But it's not on the Inquirer. Huh. The entire press conference was dominated by it. Huh. So why did the coach say anything then? So the Inquirer's not reporting on it, but the Eagles are. I mean, you know what? I'm going to stop because I'm making myself crazy trying to figure out stupidity. And I don't want to go down that road of stupidity. So I'm going to climb out of that. Man. Could you see Doug Peterson addressing Jalen Hurts, his infamous injury or not injury or whatever it is? This guy is just dumb. He is a dumb dude. Or he talks too much or both. I don't know. That guy, he's just not very smart. I don't get it. I don't owe you anything. Wow, Nick Serianni. I'm going to call him Big Mouth Serianni from now on. This guy doesn't know when to shut his mouth. But you don't like anyone talking to you like that? Well, I don't like anyone talking about a quarterback who's injured or not injured and doesn't need to tell anybody about shit. You're not obligated. According to John McMullen and Tone, they met the protocols of practice. Why are you even saying anything again about it? And it is a story. If your quarterback is in a knee brace and your head coach is saying we're trending towards him playing, you got a problem. Whether you want to address it or not. Steve, it's not his job to give information that doesn't need to be addressed. What are you talking about? That's not his job to offer up injury reports on a player that's not listed on the injury report. Don't you understand that? He's not obligated. He's not obligated. It's for the bettors. Okay, we are going to move on. It's for the bettors. So Nick is helping out the bettors, but players can't gamble on games. But the head coach, according to Steve, is helping the gamblers so they can make proper bets. Okay. Please, I'm getting dumber by the second talking to some of you, so I'm going to move. I put down a power list of the top wideouts in the NFL, and I made a Big Sills list of the top wide receivers in the NFL. And you tell me if you agree or disagree here. I put these 10 guys down. Guys who are playing this year. Steve goes, we're getting stupider in this chat. Well, Steve, you're stupid already, man. It's like asking my wife, hey, you know what? Who's dumber, me or you? And she goes, you. And I go, well, you've been married to me for 33 years. Steve's been in this place for 4 hours. Who's truly the dumbass? You or me? Remember, okay? He's been in here throwing, get this, he woke up this morning once again, and he thought that he would sit here for 4 hours talking shit to me. Dude, I love it. You got me wrong. It's good. As long as you're here, Steve, or Senor, or whatever the hell your name is, Ho-Ho, whatever. Okay? Oh, no, man, no, I know. Hey, Lucius, I addressed Anthill Steve. That's what he and some of these other guys, like this Steve or Scott or Scotty Boy or whatever are, they stand on anthills. They're the dude with no face in their profile on Twitter talking shit to everyone with 18 other like burner accounts. And everyone pretends that 80 people are talking shit to you when there's only one dude sitting in his basement with a guinea tea on and hair all over him, drinking a sippy cup. And that's what you got here. Okay? A guy like LJ is a fat dude sitting in his mom's basement, and he drinks out of a sippy cup, and he gets Happy Meals 3 times a day. It's all good, dude. You got your little ant hill down. We made it a little molehill for you. Oh, yes, sir. Congratulations. Way to go, LJ. Made your day, didn't I? It's all good, sweetie. Here we go. The Big Sills. Got a shout out. LJ, I couldn't do the show without you, man. Are you kidding? Want you to know that, my friend. LJ, honest God, I swear to you, all good. Hey, C-Tone, you just got to corral him a bit. You know, it's like herding horses. I'm the new Quan. Who's Quan? I never heard of Quani. Is that LeBron's kid? Sorry, I never heard of Quani. All right. Here are my top 10 wideouts in pro football right now as we get to the halfway point here. Probably a shocker here. I got DJ Moore from the Bears. Get this, man. This guy's got 40 catches, 636, and 6 TDs on one of the shittiest offenses in pro football. Okay? I mean, he's a good player. Think the Bears move him? At 9, I got Brandon Ayuk, San Francisco. I think he's slowly becoming the number 1 dude there. Number 8, I got Jamar Chase, Bengals. Number 7, Devontae Adams, Raiders. You can never have a top 10 wide receiver power list. I saw Pro Football Focuses, and I completely disagree with that. But you can't have a top 10 wideout power list without having Justin Jefferson on it. From the from the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know why sometimes I do that. I'm Justin Jefferson from the Minnesota Vikings. Number 6. And there's that condition I have sometimes. It jumps up on me when I say Justin Jefferson, Minnesota Vikings. So I got to sometimes catch myself on that. All right. Number 5, I have Keenan Allen, Chargers. Number 4, Puka Nacua, Los Angeles Rams. Here are your top 3 wideouts in pro football. Stephon Diggs, Buffalo Bills. Number 3, Tyreek Hill 2. And I think the best wide receiver in pro football right now at the halfway mark. You think I'm wrong? It's got to be AJ. I would take AJ Brown this year. Dude, how about this? And I don't like to do this, but has there been a better wide receiver the last 2 years than that guy? And his team's winning. And his quarterback's getting better. I mean, since A.J. Brown has been, how about this? Since he's been a Philadelphia Eagle, am I right when I say this? He's 20-4. Is that right, Tone? A.J. Brown is 20-4? Or 24? Wait a minute. Is he 20-4? So that guy has won 20 of 24 ball games that he's been in games with the Eagles. That's a shitload of winning, and it's the reason. How about living up to your contract? How about living up to the contract, the deal, the trade? How about this? Would we not agree right now, the way you're looking at A.J. Brown, that he has outlived his current contract? This guy's outlived his current contract. If you include the playoffs, he's 22-5. That's freaking unbelievable. He's won 22 of 27 ball, or he's been in 22 of 27 games that the Eagles have won. That's insane. You know what? Come to think of it, what I dig also about this, let me throw this at you here. You know, we looked at the team earlier, and I'll get to week 8 here in a minute. Get this here. Brandon Graham. Is Brandon Graham worth more than the salary he's making? Even not getting a shitload of reps? Yeah, I'm all right paying him this. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter on rookie deals. Steals. Fletcher Cox. You okay paying him $10 million? Absolutely. Fletcher Cox is a steal. You know what? I didn't think this during the offseason. Today, Fletcher Cox at $10 million. You put Fletcher Cox in the open market right now, you could probably get $13, $14 million for him. Milton Williams. Shit. God knows what the money he's making. You put him on the open market, he's an $8, $9 million guy. Hi, everyone. What's up, Sills? Getting off, but this needs to be said. All the attention on Hurts and Purdy and protocol. No threat. Josh Sweat. I think Tone told me he makes $13 million. Josh Sweat makes $13 million. Oh, my God. Look at the value of your football team. Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow, they're paying pennies on the dollar for their production. Sweat's averaging 13-3. That's insane nothing. They just gave Hargrave $20 million, and Sweat's a better ball player than Hargrave. He's a better ball player. He's a more talented guy. I know there are ends and tackles. I get it. Cunningham is reviving his career in Philly, and so is Mark. Yeah, oh no. What they've done, you know where their value is not in their contracts. You know what the value is that they've kept themselves and their careers going for another 3 years. That's the value. So whatever money they're making is irrelevant to those players because that's what the agent's telling them. You know what the agent's saying? You know what? The agent for Cunningham and for Nicholas Morrow were probably begging teams to sign them in the offseason. Begging. All these guys were released. They weren't traded. They were cut. They were released from the Titans and they were released from the Bears. Those teams were looking for upgrades. And now the agent's going, we're getting calls again. We're getting calls again. Hassan Reddick is the most underpaid guy on your team. $15 million for that guy? He's a $25 million a year guy. Look at the value Howie's getting here. There's not a guy they're overpaying so far. Bradbury, are you overpaying for him now? Let's see by the end of the year if the value of the contract that you just gave him, because you add the new safety in the secondary, if that rights the ship back there. Okay, you don't want to pay a guy. Here, this is what you don't want to do. Restructure one of your corners and then give a guy a pay raise, and you're finishing 27th in pass defense. That's not a win for you. You know what I mean? That's not a win. Blankenship makes shit. That's a totally great. And Kevin Byard, I mean, that's a steal. $4 million. And you heard what Blaine Bishop said. He's the greatest Titan safety in team history. Is Hurts worth the money? Yeah. It's the market price for a quarterback of Hurts's ability. I would say this to you. If Lamar Jackson's worth that money, so is he. I'm not going to go like this and go like this. Well, Lamar's worth that money and Jalen's not. That's not. They're the same guy almost. Jalen's probably more accurate. Lamar's a better athlete. I mean, that's a coin flip. Those two guys. One guy's 50, one or whatever it is. Is Jalen 50? Yeah, well, you're going to pay that guy that. I'm going to pay him that. And clearly, if Kyler Murray gets that, I'm not even thinking about not paying Hurts that. DeAndre Swift makes nothing. Total upgrade on Sanders and the steal in the money. Howie has made a deal at every position. A.J. Brown is worth 20 and more. Shit, if A.J. Brown's hey, how much do you think A.J. Brown's contract would be if his contract was up today? What would you have to pay him? What do you think you'd have to pay A.J. Brown if his contract was up today? Here's some perspective, Sills. Here are the wide receiver average salaries. Tyreek Hill, $30 million. Devontae Adams, 28. Cooper Kupp, 26.7. A.J. Brown, 25. Stephon Diggs and DK Metcalf, 24. If A.J.'s deal was up right now, what would you pay him? 32? He's not exceptionally old either. His age helps that number. 30-year-old wide receiver at $30 million, I might not do that. How much would you pay A.J. Brown if his deal was up right now? What do you think he'd be higher paid than Tyreek Hill? I would take him over Hill. I mean, I get what people look. It's just style of play, and you can. I wouldn't fault you either way. I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I just like the way A.J. plays better than Tyreek. I don't really think you can shut down A.J. Tone's. I think he'd get 30 also, somewhere in there. 26. Look at hey, Dallas Goedert. $15 million. You're just not utilizing them. You need that. To me, is probably a situation where you're looking at the offensive play caller. Now, Devontae Smith is totally worth the contract and the money he's making. It's on a rookie deal. Mulata, completely worth the money. You're paying him $15 million or $16 million a year to be your left tackle. Steal. Landon Dickerson's not making a ton of money. Kelsey making $15 million. If you know what, if Jason Kelsey was 26 years old, I don't know you could afford him. Jason Kelsey might break the bank at center. He could be a $30 million guy, $26 million center. I can't tell you the importance of having a center and a left tackle. If that guy he's making at 36, 15.5 or something, whatever it is. Devontae's average salary is $5 million. Oh my God, is that piss money? Lane Johnson, whatever you're paying him, totally worth it. What I'm saying is that you can go down the list of each and every single starter on that Eagles team, and Howie Roseman's looking at it like this. I got a deal at every position. The value at every single position on your team fits the money, and this is because this guy's constantly on the horn, understanding the value of the position, the player, where he is in his career, the length of the contract, how he deals with first and second year players, how he deals with players on final year contracts. That is a lot of homework. That is a ton of homework. You have to have guys crunching these numbers and then forecasting for the next 3 years. This is a ton of homework. Okay? It's a ton of work. Ton of work. All right. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I got you, Tone. I got you, man. What are you crazy here, man? I got you singing the song and doing the dance. How you doing? You know what, man? Me and Tone, man, you know what we are? We're called improvisers. Things go sideways. See, he's a quality control expert. You know what that means? His other nickname other than Mayor is this, the Fixer. He's the Fixer. Maybe we should start calling Howie Roseman the Fixer. How you doing? Hey, have you run this by the Fixer? Don't you? I like the Fixer. Howie Roseman, the fixer. Hey, you see that Goomba up at the NovaCare Center in that corner office? You know there's no lights on. You got to go down around the corner there. And Six Fingers Luigi's out front. So you got to get past Six Fingers. Six Fingers, man, he's a crazy guy. He used to work in the insurance industry, and he used to cancel policy. So now he works with Roseman, and he's in the front. So you got to deal with this here. And so Six Fingers is out there along with Dom. And those guys are working it. So when you want to see the Godfather, you know, on the day of his daughter's wedding, you got to kind of go see, you know, the fixer. So you walk into Howie, right? The fixer. He fixed our wide receiver situation. He did. Do you think AJ keeps up his production? He's on his way to the Hall of Fame. Because he's the focal point of that offense. Here's what's stopping Reggie Wayne from getting to the Hall of Fame. Marvin Harrison was the focal point wideout on that team. Even though I think Reggie may have more numbers than Marvin, you always looked at Reggie as the number 2 guy on that team. How many number 2 wide receivers have made it to the NFL off the same unit? Okay? So when you're classified as the 2 dude, pretty difficult. The only guys I could think of are, Joyner made it, but remember Winslow was the tight end on that Don Coryell team. But you had Joyner, you had Jefferson, you had what was his name? The guy from the Gators. He was on that team. And you rarely see the number 2 guy end up going in and making it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Okay, so, he keeps it up, though, man. AJ, to your point on AJ, he's the number 1 guy. In today's Wes Chandler, thank you, Greg. If he gets over 13,000 yards, let's see where he's at now in his career. Is AJ Brown a Hall of Famer today? No. But as Tone said, he qualified it as keeps trending this way. So that's more the question, he said. AJ Brown stats. Is AJ a Hall of Famer? One, two, three, four, five. This is his 5th year. He's got 5,300 yards. Halfway through this year, that number will probably get to 6,000 in 5 years. If he keeps that trend up and he sticks with a quarterback that can get him the ball. How many TDs does he have? He's got 38. Not a high number. But he probably put 7 more on that. That's not awful. 10 years, you have 80 touchdowns. AJ stats through 5 years, 325 receptions, 530. And again, this is 4.5 kind of years. Yeah, this is like 4.5 because we're halfway through the 5th year. So he's got 5,300 yards, 4.5 years in. There's no question his last 2 years have been dominant. And here's a number here that helps the cause here, Tone, on your question on Hall of Fame. Anytime you have a wide receiver that's averaging over 15 yards a catch, and his career average right now is 16.3. And in his 2 years in Philly, he's averaged 16.5, which is really remarkable. In a run offense, he still averaged 16.2. You got a number like that where you're averaging 16 yards a catch, you're a weapon. And, for NFL players, once again, these are trends on who you are and how you play. Last year, 88 catches. This year, halfway through the season, he's got 52 catches. He is probably, if you look at that, how many? So he's averaging right now 52 catches through 7 games, right? Let's see if he breaks the record. 52 divided by 70, 7.4. He'll get 125 catches this year. Be the first wide receiver in Eagle history to go over the 100 catch mark in the team's history, and he'll do it significantly, almost 126 catches. That'd be crazy great. All right. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate each and every single one of you coming in here, as you always do. Thank you. Please hit the like button. We are probably going to get Kurt Schilling on tomorrow. I want to get him on. I was going to get him on today, but I didn't want to like rub that in, have a conversation. So I wanted you guys not to have to throw up all day. So we're going to do Kurt Schilling tomorrow. So Xander, Big Joey, thank you. Tone, great stuff, dude. Your segment is just blowing up, and I absolutely love it. Just keep killing it, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Don't forget, 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.